account that feeds that. Yeah, I think
Okay, let's get
simpler
started
the better.
here. This is a Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024 City Council meeting. And we'll start with a roll call. Anne Marie, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Orgill.
Here.
Councilmember Weiss.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi.
Here.
Mayor Kim.
Here. Mayor Pro Tem Renagi is joining us remotely this evening. Okay, on next.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi, if you could confirm that you've posted the notice at your location.
I can confirm that I have posted the notice at my location in Barcelona.
And could you
Thank
also could you also confirm that no one else is in the room with you?
I can confirm that no one else is in the room that I'm in right now.
Thank you.
But it is accessible, correct, for purposes of public comment, Mayor Pro Tem?
Correct. The room is accessible for purposes of public comment.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is a first for us, so bear with us.
Okay, Councilmember Orgill has the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
Hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag
The United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now that sounded pretty good. Okay, we have this evening two pieces of extraordinary business. And I'm going to start first with Groundswell. And do we have here Frank Mamiolia? Okay, I butcher your name every time, Frank. I'm sorry.
You didn't
And
quite
Susan
butcher it,
Reese.
Just beat it up a little, maybe.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay, so Groundwell's mission is to foster mutual understanding among the people of Orange County with the belief that all residents have the right to live and work here without fear of violence and discrimination. They have expanded anti-hate and prevention strategies and serve as the primary organization tracking these crimes throughout the county. We welcome these two members for a short presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Kempf and council members, Chief Calvert, Laguna Beach City staff, community members, and members of the community in general. Before I start, I'd like to just pass on a note of thanks to Assistant City Manager Jeremy Fremont and his staff for organizing and facilitating this. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it very, very much. I'm Frank Marmolejo, as you've now heard. My colleague Sue Reese and I are members of the Board of Directors of Groundswell, formerly known as Orange County Human Relations Council, or OCHR.org. And we're here for a variety of reasons tonight. As part of our nonprofit's efforts to familiarize Orange County cities with the nature of our services and programs. We're here to give you a brief sketch of what we've done throughout the county of Orange in general, and in the city of Laguna Beach in particular, and to inform you that Groundswell stands ready to offer Laguna Beach our human relations expertise and support. And finally, we are also here to present you with a copy of our annual impact report, which I think has been passed out to you. That report will reflect, among other things, along with the rebranding from OCHR to Groundswell, that we've refined in various ways our vision statement and our mission statement. Our vision statement to one of working toward a world where belonging is co-created and realized by all. Our mission statement to one of bringing diverse people together to create a more equitable future. But that report, and quite honestly, even what I'm about to tell you, doesn't give you a full sense of the impact that we've had in Orange County. So I'd like to mention some of what we've set in motion and what we've accomplished this year. And if you will, I apologize, but to be efficient about this, I'm going to read from my notes. We've reached 70,000 students, educators, staff, parents through our youth and education programs. We've instructed over 2,000 middle and high school students across Orange County in conflict resolution skills. We've mentored 397 student leaders in our Bridges Safe and Inclusive school programs, and they in turn have coordinated 96 campus-wide inclusion diversity events throughout Orange County schools. We've provided 67 training courses for teachers and administrators in restorative schools, specifically a restorative justice program that uses alternative approaches to punitive responses to resolving conflict. Through our dispute resolution program, we've resolved over 1,100 conflict cases in civil and family courts. We've trained 174 mediators, worked with 77 volunteers who've donated in total over 3,600 hours of service to the residents of Orange County. In addressing the rising tide of hate activity, we've partnered with the County of Orange and over 200 Orange County agencies to set up a 24-hour hotline for people to report hate activity. We've expanded our hate crime intervention with victim services in 7 different languages through partnerships with community-based organizations. Over 30 diverse partners have joined our hate prevention network to combat hate activities in Orange County. In addressing the 450 hate crimes and hate incidences that have been reported in Orange County, we've responded with our partners to support victims by providing mental health, social services, as well as limited financial support. In terms of community building, we've trained over 2,200 individuals coming from various nonprofits, from businesses, from government agencies, from educational institutions, on topics ranging from implicit bias, restorative circles, conflict engagement skills, and diversity, equity, inclusion strategies. And in doing so, we honestly feel that we've established a base of support in this county that can potentially reach over 100,000 people through their services. Additionally, we've hosted 14 dialogues involving approximately 300 community members across Orange County to address hate. Events like our town hall, Hate Happens Here in OC's Call to Action, or our National Day of Racial Healing Dialogue series. Clearly, members of the council and the audience, we're proud of our work to address conflicts and to prevent hate in our communities. But beyond that, we're here to let you know that Groundswell stands ready to support cities with our human relations expertise. And we hope that the City of Laguna Beach will continue to reach out to Groundswell for support. Let me now briefly share a bit of some of the work specifically done here in Laguna Beach over the last fiscal year. As in past years, we've mediated community conflict mediation cases, where at least one of the parties was a resident of the City of Laguna Beach. In collaboration with the County of Orange, with local law enforcement agencies, schools, community organizations, and residences, Groundswell is charged with documenting hate crimes and hate incidences. And in Laguna Beach last year, 2 hate crimes and 3 hate incidences were documented. Beyond that, we've worked to build a sense of community among Laguna Beach residents and staff through our continual county-wide hate crime education and victim outreach support. In conclusion, Groundswell has greatly appreciated Laguna Beach's membership in the City Dues program. It's aided us in supporting schools and cities in building safe and respectful communities. It's helped us address community conflict and strife, and it's allowed us to sustain the human relations infrastructure needed to serve when the crisis and situations occur. Together, we believe that we are contributing to safe and respectful communities while building the kind of important relationships that can be called upon in times of turmoil and tension. We look forward to continued collaboration with the City of Laguna Beach and would like to convey our gratitude for past and present support with a certificate of recognition. And if Mayor Kempf would please indulge us and come down and receive it, we would greatly appreciate it.
Couldn't get a word in.
Mayor Kempf. Thank you so much.
Oh, you want to take? We should take a picture.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm the shy one in the group.
Here we go again.
As a last last little quick note, if I could just simply add that it's very difficult to get to know who we are without some level of commitment. Come to one of our functions. Our Walk in My Shoes program for middle school and high school students is extraordinary. We present a variety of Zoom conferences that are open to all. So please take a look at our website. And once again, thank you so very much for letting us take part of your very busy evening. It's wearegroundswell.org. I think it's in the material, and it should be available. Thank you.
No. You're good.
No, I can tell. I got it. Yeah, of course, yeah. Okay, also tonight we have a proclamation that has everyone buzzing. This is for Bee Day coming up on the first Saturday in May. This proclamation is to recognize and express gratitude for the dedication and efforts of local gardeners, beekeepers, environmentalists, and community members in promoting bee conservation and raising awareness about the importance of bees. If we could have Karen Nelson, Nancy England, and Lynn Jacks from the Laguna Beach Garden Club join me at the podium to acknowledge their work in promoting bee-friendly initiatives, and then we'll take a photo afterwards, and I think you want to make a few comments. Okay, I'll read the proclamation first, and you guys can make your comments, and then we'll take a picture, okay? I wasn't supposed to be here, but I'm well, it's good. It's all good. Yeah. Okay, proclamation declaring the first Saturday in May as Laguna Beach Bee Day. The City of Laguna Beach is committed to fostering a sustainable environment for current and future generations. The city recognizes the importance of promoting environmental awareness and conservation efforts within our community, and bees play a crucial role in our ecosystem as pollinators, contributing significantly to the health and vitality of our environment. The city recognizes the importance of raising awareness about the significance of bees and their contribution to our community and planet. Promoting the conservation and protection of bees aligns with our commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainability. The city acknowledges the efforts of gardeners, beekeepers, environmentalists, educators, and community members who work tirelessly to promote bee conservation and raise awareness about the importance of these pollinators. Educating our residents about the importance of bees in maintaining biodiversity and supporting food production is essential for fostering a deeper understanding and appreciation for these remarkable creatures. The first Saturday in May provides an opportunity to celebrate bees and their essential role in our lives. Now, therefore, I, Sue Kempf, as Mayor of Laguna Beach, do hereby proclaim the first Saturday in May as Laguna Beach Bee Day and encourage residents to join in recognizing the vital role that bees play in our ecosystem and take an action to protect and support their populations. Let us celebrate Laguna Beach Bee Day by spreading awareness, planting bee-friendly gardens, and supporting local initiatives dedicated to bee conservation. You guys want to say a few words? Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
So, hello everyone, I'm Jane Leary, the president of the Garden Club. I was supposed to be in Washington, D.C. today, but the Bidens didn't have time, so I'm here instead. Okay, I'm delighted to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Laguna Beach Garden Club, the Laguna Beach County Water District, all the honeybees and native bees, and all the residents of our Laguna Beach Hive. I invite you all to visit the Good of the Hive mural at the Water District. This mural is a beautiful metaphor for seeing the connectedness of all things and reminding us that we need to think collectively, like the bees, as we work towards solutions for the good of our Laguna Beach Hive. Thanks to the mayor and the city council for recognizing the first Saturday in May, the day of our club's Gate and Garden Club tour, so May 4th. We still have tickets available. It's our big fundraiser. So forevermore, the first Saturday in May will be Laguna Beach Bee Day, and we're so grateful. So thank you for the proclamation and all the support you've given to the Garden Club.
Jane, I have a question. Thanks for your work on this, on bees in general. I know you've put pollinator gardens in at least 2 places. What, 3?
Maybe 4.
Okay, 4. Tell us what those are, the 4 places. And then my next question is, what advice do you give to residents to support pollinators? What specifically do you give them? What can they do?
I'm on the spot. Okay, so you're
the president.
That's right, I am. The pollinator gardens that we've helped support, we have 2 or 3 locations at Bluebird Park. Two at Bluebird Park, Heisler Park. We have Sawdust Festival, and Bluebell
Those are-
Gardens. We help support that. Also, Glenwood House. We help support their kitchen garden to help them get started, and they actually grow food there and flowers and things that for their kitchen. And as far as helping the pollinators go,
Right.
don't use your pesticides, plant California native plants, leave the leaves because the bugs like the leaves. When you think about pollinators, it's bees, it's hummingbirds, it's moths, it's at nighttime there are certain moths that actually pollinate at night. Just really butterflies, that's right, monarch butterflies in particular. I don't know about flies. Flies? Birds pollinate, hummingbirds. So there are so many different things besides the honeybee, but the idea for us with the honeybee is it's the hive. So they have that hive behavior. So it's the good of the whole hive. And it's not, there are like 2,000 native California bees, many of which nest in the ground. And they're so tiny. And you might not even, I didn't know there were so many until we had a speaker come to our club. So at our club, the second Friday of each month, we have speakers and they talk on a variety of subjects like obviously gardening, ecology, bird, how to support birds in your garden, composting, you name it, anything related to that. So that's who we are as Laguna Beach Garden Club. And also with our fundraiser, we support scholarships at the high school, at Saddleback College. There are so many things that we do that we're not your granny's garden club. Oh, and the school gardens. We help fund the school gardens here at TOW, El Moro, and Thurston. And we'd love to start one up at the high school. So that might be more than you wanted.
No, not at all. I can talk about
There you
bees all
go.
day.
So-
There's 20,000 bee varieties worldwide. I
Yeah,
don't know how I even
exactly.
know that, but
Exactly.
it's a lot.
So. And I know you have a really nice pollinator garden.
I just put one in. Yeah.
I know you did. I know. I know. So anyway, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, and hope to see you at the tour because then we can keep doing all these good things.
Thank you.
So can we all come out? Can we have everybody?
Yeah, it's like all the people.
Oh, yeah. You should be in Washington, right? Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, too bad.
Thank you, everyone. That was good. Really great. Okay, as we're coming out of closed session, I'll ask our city attorney, is there anything to report out of closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 2 items listed on the closed session agenda. There was no public comment in advance of closed session, and no reportable action was taken.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, Gavin, I'll ask if any additions or deletions to the agenda this evening?
No additions or deletions tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll take public comment on anything not on the agenda this evening. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Dale Gear. I live here in Laguna. I'm interested in views. And my particular thing to speak about tonight is what's going on at Aliso. I have been trying to find for the last month a specific plan for the fence that's going to go up to protect the sidewalk. It may be hard to believe, at least Beckett told me nothing gets built in this town without plans, but in a month, I have not been able to find the specific plans for the fence that's going to go up. I get terms like it's supposed to, it might look like, it's sort of going to look like Heister Park fences, but it's real important to me personally that we know the type of fence that's going to go up before the fence gets put up. So I'm asking you to look into the specific plans that are going to be used to build that fence. The only thing that I know for sure right now is that the first foot of the fence is going to be solid concrete. And there's no reason in my mind as to why that first foot should be a solid concrete. One idea that I received was that it's needed to keep cars from going over the cliff. I haven't been able to find anything from Caltrans that would say that a 1 foot piece of concrete will keep a car from going over something. So it just doesn't seem valid to me. I have been assured that it will meet city code. City code calls for a 42-inch fence. The only thing I've been able to find so far is the design that Caltrans gives for their normal fence, which is 52 inches, which is a foot higher than what is called for by city code. So I'm asking you to look into this, find out what the fence is going to look like, and post it so that people in the city can see what it looks like. It would be really disappointing to get to a point where the fence is built and we find out that it really does block views. What stimulated me to get going is that they built a 4 by 8 foot piece of concrete at the south end. And that south end piece of concrete scared me because I thought that's what they were going to build, but evidently that's not the case. So please look into it.
Okay, if you want to hang tight, we can, after we finish public comment, we can talk to the staff.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this inquiry has been made before by Ann Christoph via email, and I think Mark Tresick may have some answers to that.
Well, I sent an email also. So.
Okay. Mark? Yeah, okay. Okay, well, that's fine. We just have to remember.
Come on up.
Hi, how are you? My name is T. I really love Laguna Beach. What I mean by that is I love Laguna Beach. I'm on the beach hours every day. I love the people on the beach. Many of you I don't ever see on the beach. This place is called Laguna Beach. You should try it out sometime. Maybe get in the water. It's very healthy, okay? It's rejuvenating. I support the seagulls. A lot of people don't like the seagulls because they poop on their cars. Well, that's more business for car washing communities. I support the coyotes, and I know the leadership wants to kill the coyotes. Maybe some of you don't, but a lot of you do. Coyotes have been here before you, way before humans. Please stop killing the coyotes. They are beautiful, majestic animals. You guys put poison out, and you're fine with poison being out. Animals eat that. Kids eat animal poison, and they go to the hospital, and you guys do nothing about that. I support the Mexican workers, and also the North American, Central American, South American workers who work here, the Spanish workers. Why isn't there a Mexican market in Laguna Beach? Why is it all white people market here? I like Spanish markets. Why is there no variety? God loves variety. You all stand up, under God, one nation under God. God loves variety. Jesus' 2 commandments. Love thyself with all thy heart, mind, and soul. Love your neighbor as thyself. You don't support the Spanish workers. And for all you who say you love bees, everybody who says they love bees, when you find a beehive in your house or anywhere, what do you do? Oh my God, there's a beehive. They're going to sting us. Oh, please take it down. Please kill them. You guys, when rain comes and flowers are born, you guys put pesticides in and you kill the weeds and the flowers growing where the bees can eat. So all these bees are going to the water saying we're dying. And you guys have this massive traffic because you have no traffic, you have no parking structures here. So thousands of cars are hitting these bees, these tired bees, because they have no work, because there's no flowers, because you guys kill all the flowers. And the only flowers you do plant are like, I don't know, I guess bees don't like it. So they work on only the pink flowers that are there, right? So you're killing the bees with your cars. You're killing them with the pesticides. You're killing them because you don't have a parking structure. You guys don't give a, you know what, about bees. I do.
Good evening. My name is Chris Katsoumanis, and I live in Laguna Beach. I was looking at the crime statistics for this year, and Mayor Kemp, you said this year's crime statistics demonstrate the outstanding efforts of our police department and the strong support of our community in maintaining Laguna Beach as a safe and welcoming place. The significant reductions in overall crime are a testament to our ongoing commitment to public safety. In looking at them skeptically, and I mean skeptically in the Greek sense of the word, thoughtfully, I find the way that this calculation was made to show a 7% reduction is just, I guess the best way I could put it is Orwellian. It means nothing, and I'll give you an example why. If you take larceny, and not a very violent crime most of the time, but if you had a 25 less larcenies, and you had 5 murders instead of 1, guess what? That -7 would be -13.9. Now, no one can tell me that I would feel safer by reducing the larceny by 25 incidents and having 5 murders. So there's something wrong. I know that this is probably the way that the statistics are calculated, but you've got to look at them with a skeptical point of view. I was hoping that our data-driven councilman would be here, but I cannot believe that we put this thing out, because if someone just looks at it, without thinking, goes down to the bottom line and says, oh my gosh, we had a 7% decrease. If you don't understand the weight that should be put on the various categories, then we have no way to really judge where we're going. The other problem was the arson. September 23, 2023, Andrew Bell was caught setting the shed of the Southern District, the Southern Water District, on fire. He was at the hospital, I guess, getting treated for burns. Yet where is this? Because it says arson is nothing. I will get to the DUI problem in a later discussion, but that also needs to be put in there. For every DUI person that's caught, NHTSA, the National Highway Transport Safety Administration, says there are 18.7 DUIs on the road that are not caught. So you get an amplification of 18 to 1. You get 20 more per year DUIs. That means that 1 person per day more DUI is on the road, and that's why it's dangerous. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Clark Collins and Linda Morgan-Lander from Heritage Committee. I just wanted to come and talk a little bit about May, which is Heritage Month, where we celebrate Laguna's history and historic architecture. We've got 4 or 5 events that are going to be amazing. Starting with on Thursday, May 2nd, is our opening night party at Tango, a new restaurant in the Eschbach building at 305 Forest from 5:30 to 7. Last year, we did a trolley tour of historic Laguna artists that was sold out, super popular, their studios and homes. And this year, we're going to have 2 trolley tours on Saturday, May 11th. They will highlight the works of local architect Aubrey St. Clair. If anyone's interested and wants to go to historiclaguna.com, that's a new website in town, and they can sign up for the trolley tour there. Linda's going to lead a historic project forum on Thursday, May 16th in council chambers from 6 to 8 p.m. We're going to talk about construction and design on historic homes. We're going to talk about the mystery of Mills Act and how it's calculated. We'll do a Q&A session. I think that should be pretty cool. And then on Saturday, May 18th, the Laguna Beach Historical Society at the Murphy Smith Bungalow on Ocean Avenue, they're going to put together a program with No Square Theater where they celebrate Laguna's history. So I'll leave some schedules here and some of the events. If anybody wants to grab a copy, feel free.
Clark, can you send us an email can you give us an email on the dates?
I will do that, and it's going to be pushed out through the city's social media and things like that, so we're already starting that process.
Okay, good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Well, hello, Jeffrey Rediker from the Laguna Beach Rotary, serving this community since 1931. Service above self is our motto. And as many of you know that have shared, I think everybody here on the dais, with the exception of you, Mark, you're new, have gone to our annual Grapes for Grads event. If you've driven by the festival grounds, you've seen our banner up there. It is coming up on April 28th from 1 to 5 p.m. And it's going to be a great event again. Art's going to be there, art exhibits. We're going to have plenty of exhibitions. We're going to have live music, great food, of course, plenty of wine tasting for everyone. But the most important thing, really, what this event is all about is, one, the community coming together to take care of our own. It's about the graduating seniors and the undergrads at Laguna College of Art and Design that we raise scholarships for. Last year, we raised over $34,000 for scholarships. We're over $584,000 in scholarships total since inception. This will be our 17th event, but even the 2 years that we didn't do this event, because we've been doing it for 19 years, we raised money through our sponsors and our donors and our members to support scholarships for LCAD and Laguna Beach High School. We partner, of course, with the trustees from Laguna College of Art and Design and the Laguna High School Scholarship Foundation in this endeavor, and have since inception. We look forward to this year being no different, and we're really excited about some of the students that have come back to assist us, which is a little nerving for me. When I started this, I was in my 30s, and to see some of them come back with families of their own is, wow, it just makes me feel very old. But that said, we're very excited about what we're doing. We hope we've, as our tradition is for the Laguna Beach Rotary Club, we invite all of the council members to join us. We think this is a great opportunity for us to come together as a community, even if we have differences, and we can set our differences aside to support Laguna's best and brightest. We've given each of you a voucher. We've given each of you an extra ticket to bring your significant other or a friend, and we have a couple of postcards so that you can also get the word out and help us raise more money for scholarships. And I truly hope that we will see you guys all on Sunday. And like I said, your Rotary Club really appreciates your attendance. Thank you.
Jeff, I'm very disappointed you didn't wear your grape suit.
The grape suit's going to be held for once a year, and since Patriots Day Parade was not here, I'm not going to do that. We'll save that for when you guys commit me to the asylum.
Okay.
Well, the first thing is, you learn something every day. And until today, I didn't know that building parking structures would save the bees. So greetings, everyone. As much as it is always a treat to see each and every one of you, I would like to bring up the notion of how we could bring back Zoom communications among the citizens. The lack of Zoom alternative input is missed. It is at least a lifeline for people who are unable to attend meetings due to health reasons or other reasons. My question to the city has there been any research as to what Laguna Beach can do in order to prevent the hijacking of our meetings and yet allow Zoom meetings? We're not the first entity that has been Zoom bombed. We won't be the last. And I'm hoping that, that there has been some research done as to how we can make that happen, because other cities have accomplished it and continue to have communications from citizens in the field. So if you're able to address that, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Hi, council members. Laura Parisi. I am the elected city treasurer, and actually I have this today off, and the upcoming week, Bill is in the hospital, and so I'm here from the hospital, but I thought this was really important. I wanted to come here and let you know that with respect to your decision to outsource investments, I do respect it, and will work professionally to ensure that there's a smooth transition. However, it is my opinion that there will be no increase in the return that you achieve outsourcing investments because of the expenses associated with outsourcing. The outsourcing firm can access the same pool of investments that I utilize, and if they use the same investment policy, they have the same guidelines that I would have had, or the city treasurer would have had. Secondly, taking investments out of control of an elected official can lead to a really unfavorable outcome for the public. We saw that in the city of Upland, San Bernardino grand jury report. I believe I've sent that to each of you. In their filings on FINRA, Meter, the firm that you chose, state that they have something called promoter payments, and I've asked about that. I don't know what the promoter payments are for and how they apply to Laguna Beach, who's getting the promoter payments, and I would really like to get information on who is getting promoter payments. Finally, I wanted to talk about the committee. Back in 2011, I was treasurer of Laguna, and the city, Standard & Poor's, rated the city's bonds. That was all the way back then. We had a bond that was rated by a rating agency. Back then, we did receive a AAA status. Unfortunately, the good news is the bond matured, and we no longer had that AAA status. The bonds that we're issuing now are unrated. I think, it's my opinion, that in order to achieve a AAA status, and that means lower cost of financing for the city, we need a really good audit committee, and a committee that understands audits, has perhaps a CPA on the committee, and perhaps in looking at the current committee span of authority or span of things that they need to do, perhaps it's too broad. Maybe we need to break that up and make the responsibilities of the committee a little smaller. That concludes my comments. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Judy Mancuso. I sent you an email earlier this week. Fellow environmentalist Gail Waite was in our Mystic Hills neighborhood and saw men spraying on what she thought was maybe city property. And she took pictures, which I sent to all of you, and she pulled over and asked them what they were spraying, and they said Roundup. So since then, Jeremy informed me he looked on the GIS, and it is school property. It's right as you come up Park and you make that left on Tahiti, so it's on both sides of Tahiti there. So if we could please urge the school board and to follow suit, This is very alarming, especially after the latest reports from Aliso Viejo with the multiple families that have been found to be off the Richter scale with glyphosate in their system when it was actually sprayed, quite a bit away from them, but that it has this drift ability and does get into people's bloodstream. The Orange County Register covered the sicknesses that the families are experiencing. So thank you so much for not spraying, but if we could maybe pass that inspiration on. Thank you.
Judy, I have to say, we don't have a lot of control over the school board. I certainly don't. Maybe Bob and Sue, who've met with them, do, but I would also recommend going to the school board meeting and making the case.
I will, and I just found out Jeremy was kind enough to look it up for me. So I thought it was city property at first when Gail sent it to me, and so did she. But we just found out that it's the school. So will do. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I have a couple of, 4 topics now. When people come and speak, I have even more comments on what they said. First of all, I really support Jacob's comment regarding Zoom, and I hope you are looking into reinstating that. There's so many times I get comments from other people who, for one reason or other, can't be here in person, and they were so involved in your issues remotely, and I think it's important for you to bring that back in the name of transparency. And why does Alex have to be the only one that gets to use Zoom? The members of the public should too. So thank you for doing that. Second is the lots at Catalina. We're finding, this is across the street from South Laguna Village Green. We're seeing people using the Village Green as their own dog park, even though it's signed not to keep your dogs on leash. That is not the case. And we see people driving from other places to release their dogs in the Village Green. And you have the opportunity to buy those 2 lots. We understand that they're going to be put up for sale. This is a perfect opportunity to separate little kids from dogs, recognizing the needs of dog owners and recognizing the needs of parents with small children. So I hope you will do that. I loved the garden club's comment about leave the leaves. We don't need to rake the dirt under every single shrub, and we don't need to have all the shrubs separated from every other shrub. Let nature take its course, let the leaves drop on the ground, provide a mulch, be a habitat for insects, birds, and whoever else wants to use them. Regarding Aliso, I've been working with Dale and with Mark Trestick. Disappointed that we thought we were going to get a real stone wall of San Onofre breccia. We're not. We're going to get imitation rock, stamped concrete on that wall, which is exactly what we didn't want. And so whatever you can do to make headway in making that whole assemblage of fence and rock and the wall better, that would be wonderful. Lastly, I've been working on the Charm House tour, May 19th. We have posters, and I'd love to have people put them up in their businesses and wherever else. And I have some to pass out to you. So we have some very charming surprise houses. It's all going to be a Laguna Canyon this year. And I've heard people say, is there anything charming in Laguna Canyon? Believe me, there's a lot, but you don't see it always. And so we're taking you to the secret spots of Laguna Canyon, which are really quite outstanding. So villagelaguna.org, ask me for posters, and please come to our tour. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Steve McIntosh with Sensible Laguna. It's good to see everybody. And great to see some of you guys last night at the great environmental event at the Rivian Theater. It was really nice, very cool. And there was a lot of people there. In fact, we were approached by at least a half a dozen, and they asked the same 3 questions that we keep getting through emails, probably 5 to 10 a week, the following 3. What's happening with our community pool? What's going on with the high school pool? And where's everybody going to swim when they start tearing it up there? So that's just, the questions we're getting. And some of the answers we have, of course, the high school, we know that the district's trudging ahead, and it'll be on us before long where there won't be a pool. And that's one of the fears that people have. And so there's a number of things that we think we can do, and we've talked about them before, temporary pools that we can then put in the ground as the community pool. So there's a little pre-planning. So again, we're here to help in any way we can. And so the natives are getting restless out there. And like my dad said, I know it's an uphill battle whenever you have me dig or rake. No offense on the raking leaves. But there's a lot of work here, but the only way to get it done is to get started on it. So again, we're here to help and let us know what we can do. So thank you.
Hi, John Thomas. I'm just here to talk about encouraging you to return to Zoom, and since a couple of other people have already done that, I'm going to be real quick. Basically, we had an unfortunate disruptive incident you're all aware of, but that basically drove us off the playing field, and so far the bad guys are winning, and we cannot allow that. There's merit to Zoom. It fosters better participation in democracy. We're benefiting from it right now with Alex. We have the benefit of his wisdom, and he's not in the room, and he's using something like Zoom. So I'm encouraging you to resume Zoom.
Hi, Michelle Monda. I'd like to second, third, fourth the comment about the Zoom. I also know a lot of people who have made lots of comments in the past, very good input, and they need to be heard. And parents at 5 o'clock, it's hard. So the Zooms, I really would encourage you to take a second look at that. Two reasons I'm here tonight. I would like to commend the department in the city who is in charge of the weed whacking or the clearing of the brush. I live in a canyon. I back up into a canyon, and these guys were amazing. They took out absolutely everything I would have wanted them to have taken out, dead trees, things, and they carried it all out. But they also listened to me. I asked them, please don't kill my nasturtiums, because they did that last year. And the reason is the deer love nasturtiums. And this year they completely complied. So I've got the deer food there, and all the dead stuff is gone. So I don't know which department it is that's responsible for hiring these guys, but it's a great crew. So thank you very much. And secondly, I'd like to thank the police chief for releasing the crime statistics. I'm a little dismayed that it did take as long as it did. And what really disturbs me about it is because of the delay, we missed the FBI deadline, and we did not get included in their statistics, which then snowballed into us not being included in the safest cities in Orange County. And I think had we been a part of that with all the good news here that supposedly is, the crime has gone down, I think people would have been very happy to be included on that report of the 10 safest cities in Orange County. So to that end, I would also like to add a hope that the new city manager and the city council will set a deadline that is before the FBI statistics are compiled, so that we can get into that statistical database and be considered as one of the safer cities in Orange County. And if we could do this on a yearly basis, just establish that March 1st, whatever that deadline is when, I think 3 months, we're not a big city. We do have a lot of resources. Probably not that much crime. Is it that difficult to wait? It's been almost 4 months that it should have closed. And the last comment about that is there's a software module for crime mapping, and I'd like to see if we could get that for our police department, because I think it would be very important to know, well, most of the crime happens downtown. That's probably because of tourists, but I think it's important by neighborhood. Thank you.
Good evening, Edward Beck, past Laguna Beach, longtime resident. I have a handout just for each city council person, as well as the city attorney. And it's just a simple, I'm going to be very quick, simple request. Back at my residence, past residence at 371 El Camino del Mar, I had a trespassing incident the evening before a federal judge meeting in San Francisco. It's connected with the cases, ongoing cases that I still have. And I have requested to meet separately with both police officers to discuss the incident. And my request is in reference to the 2002 Sarbanes-Oxley, because of being a federal witness. The incident, the background information is included. There's 5 exhibits, and it's in regarding, there's approximately $400 million owed to a London-based bank, HSBC, London-based bank, and I've been in communications with the CEO, both CEOs, as well as the CEO's office of Bank of America as well. So my request is very simple. I'm just using the 2002 Sarbanes-Oxley federal witness clause, and I just would like to speak to them because it is connected with my ongoing litigation, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I've copied the other people on the second page, so they're aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward.
Hi, I'm Michael Ray. I'd just like to share something with the City Council about Village Laguna. They've now been found guilty of 5 campaign finance violations over the years and have been fined and have been told the filer, which is them, has not received a penalty from the commission for failing to report timely report campaign information in the past 5 years. That's how long they've operated illegally. To defend themselves against this, they hired an extremely expensive attorney who got them off, first time, slap on the wrist, that's normal. But they're still operating illegally, and they're passing themselves off as nice little nonprofit helping Laguna Beach. That's absolutely incorrect. Would you pass this around, please? They are a hard-boiled political action committee and so registered with the state of California, and they pretend they're a nonprofit in the sense of all political action committees are nonprofits too, because they don't do anything to make money. Village Laguna has their garden tour, which is a for-profit and illegal activity that happens right here in this city, and it can be stopped by actions of our own city attorney and the DA of Orange County, because they're improperly influencing elections in Laguna Beach illegally. Let me repeat, illegally, and have been and continue to do it until they are put out of business because they're an illegal organization that has corrupted this city for decades.
I'm going to make a comment. I think Village Laguna is both a 501, combination of a 501c3 and also has a political arm. Excuse me, Mr. Would you be quiet, please?
Hang on a second.
Mayor? Yeah, someone has to with him. So I think they are both a educational or nonprofit, regular nonprofit, and also have a political arm, which is under the same. And you might answer this, Ann. You're in the room. You're the president. Could you answer that for us? I just don't want scurrilous statements being made about reputable organizations in this town without them defending themselves or getting to the truth.
Thank you. Yes, we have been designated as a nonprofit and also a political organization during campaigns. When we're not running a campaign, we are not a political organization. And that's correct. We have a lawyer
Okay.
who has found that for us.
Can you address the allegations, Mr. Raymond, about your violations?
So exaggerated, so taken out of context, so not worth my time to speak to it.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on anything not on the agenda this evening? Okay.
Good evening, Council. Les McCloskey, Top of the World. I attended the Rivian hosting of the Climate Action Committees and speakers last night. Thank you to Jeremy and George Weiss for speaking, in particular. I had a chance after the program to speak to one of the Rivian reps, and I asked him, how much does that truck weigh? And he said, about 7,200 pounds. And so then I thought, well, where should an owner of a truck like that park it in Laguna Beach? And he said, oh, well, that's not our problem after they buy it. So you see, I just want to get to this point that owners of these vehicles and pushing off the parking issues onto us or onto Caltrans for moving these vehicles around, it ends up as our problem. And selling a vehicle like that in town, it probably isn't really appropriate for owners of the vehicles here. Maybe he'll sell them to Newport Beach, I don't know. But that prevailing attitude ends up as our problem, and I just wanted to point that out. I thank Rivian for hosting this. It's not to put a blemish on them, but maybe if they were selling bicycles, that would work.
Hey,
Thank
Les,
you.
in Rivian's defense, I think their trucks aren't any longer than a 150, an F-150, or certainly an F-350 or 250. So they are a truck, and trucks are not usually small. So I think, the 1,700 pounds, I don't understand what that point of that is. It's not a parking issue.
It's 7,200 pounds. It's the third from the biggest truck you can buy, which I think is the Tundra at 10,000 pounds. It's just
by weight.
It's a notch down from that. I'm
But you were
just
talking
trying to
about
show you the size of this thing because I don't have one.
You're talking about parking, though, not
Yeah,
necessarily.
parking. It's as long and as big as it is heavy.
It isn't
It's a
it isn't
monster.
longer than any standard big pickups that we see around
Well,
town.
but the point is, they shove it off onto somebody else, us. We've got to take care of the problem. It's a Caltrans problem. It's our problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that shows you how these things happen.
Yeah. It is electric.
And EV is not a panacea, but that's another comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Les.
Good evening, council members. My name is Pat Gallus. I've been in town about 50 years. I just want to make the residents and homeowners again aware of what's going on with the Laguna Beach Preservation Coalition. Numerous times I've heard Village Laguna saying there's no relationship and there's no involvement with the two entities. I've got a copy of October 18th, 2017 letter to the Planning Commission, and it states it has 8 members of Village Laguna on it, and a month later they call themselves the Laguna Beach Preservation Coalition. The exact same people, a month later, to the same entity. So someone's not telling the truth, okay? I mean, to me that's rather obvious, okay? And the other thing I want to bring up is the Kirby project, which was 40 months after it was approved and went all the way to the state Supreme Court, finally got finalized in the cities. They won. The Kirbys won. The cities won. My question is, Did the city, I'm reading this here, and it says the respondents, the City of Laguna Beach and the City Council, and Ian and Sherilyn Kirby, as the prevailing parties, are awarded and shall recover from petitioners, the Historic Architectural Alliance and the Laguna Beach Historic Preservation Coalition, their costs that occurred in this action to the extent permitted by the law, pursuant to a timely filing. My question is, did the city ever file and try to get their money back, and how much would it be? My understanding is if the opposers would have won, they get their attorney fees. But since the city won and the Kirbys won, did they file, try to get any money back? If not, why not? Thank you again for your time.
Megan, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, Mayor, unfortunately there's fees and then there's costs, and so that is a reference to just the costs incurred during litigation, and there's, in a writ case, they're relatively minimal. I don't know the answer if Phil pursued, the former city attorney pursued it or not, but I mean, they're typically like somewhere around $1,000 or less. It's typically a very low number. It's not fees and costs, so the city's not able to get at its attorney's fees when it prevails in that scenario.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on anything not on our agenda this evening? Okay, I'll close public communications and we'll go to acting city manager and council member comments. Kevin?
Good evening, Mayor. I have no comments tonight, but did you want Mark Treston to come up and talk about the fence at Aliso Beach?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Mark Trestic, city engineer. Regarding the fencing at Aliso Beach, the Planning Commission approved the Caltrans design, but switched the railing style from what was proposed to the bronze anodized aluminum railing at Heisler Park, which is similar to the type of railing we have at many locations throughout the city on beach access stairways and things of that nature. So that railing style didn't make it into the Caltrans plans when they bid out the project, so the plans that were provided to Mr. Gear are correct in the fence height and everything except for the style, which will change to this anodized aluminum tubular railing. And the city's providing the railing, providing it to Caltrans, who will be installing the railing. And when the city's manufacturer prepares the shop drawings of the railing, that will be also provided to Mr. Gear. City staff is also working on an effort to try and reduce the height of that fencing. Caltrans has their standard, but we're trying to work with them to try and get it lowered a little bit, but still be safe for the drop-off on the other end. Regarding the wall facing type, the Planning Commission design review approval included it was mentioned that this stamped concrete that Caltrans currently had in the design, they were putting in the design unless the city was able to provide the natural stone, and that was to come from a specific source, and that was the tunneling project that the South Coast Water District was embarking on, and they had a surplus of these rocks. And so staff would go to try and collect these, the rocks, so we'd have enough to put in. And turned out that there wasn't enough of that source available. So we looked at a couple of other sources, but there would be a cost associated with it, and a large cost, because it's very large, long, not high, but a long retaining wall that's being installed there. So our options, at this point, Caltrans is putting in the stamped concrete facing. They're preparing a mock-up of that right now, where they're going to paint it, and we'll see what it looks like. The city, at some time in the future, can come back because the city doesn't have any financial investment in this yet, and put a capital improvement project in to put in the wall facing over the decorative stone if the city doesn't like it, we can do a landscaping plan on the slope where there's vegetation, low-lying vegetation that grows up enough to block the wall. There were bushes that were blocking the views through a lot of that space along before Caltrans had to cut it back. Anyway, so that's the status of the project right now.
Mark, when do you think we'll know about the height? When you're talking to Caltrans, when would we know more about the height? Do you have any idea?
I would expect probably by June we would know. The railing is not going to be installed until the fall at the earliest.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to say Happy Earth Day. If you didn't go to the event yesterday, you missed a really informative and inspiring 8 different groups speaking on the state of our environment, which is an important thing today as we hear about global warming or whatever you want to call it. And I'll just say this, that I'm shocked to read this in a journal of some sort. Read the number of pounds or tons of wildlife that exists on the earth today is 100 million tons of wildlife. And domesticated animals are 700 million tons. So we've shifted as we've traveled this earth and cultivated it and turned into a population of 10 billion people. We still manage to feed everybody, though. So I just want to keep that in mind as we think about how precious this earth is and our own community, which is, we're lucky to live here because it's so beautiful. On Saturday, I also attended the other event on Saturday with 10 challenges for Laguna Beach, and that's a film that you can see online as well. I just want to say for the previous Earth Day, to thank Laguna Canyon Conservancy because they did an outstanding job of organizing it. Thank you. So the other thing I wanted to mention was let's see here, the crime mapping. I didn't want to mention something about that because I think I've asked the police department and I think Gavin as well if we could get that module for crime mapping that residents could then see where crimes are taking place, where they have taken place historically, and also geographically, and the number. And I think the public deserves all the information they can on safety, and that's a primary public function of the city as well. A couple other questions I had from previous meetings, and that is we had allocated $1 million to BBK, and I approved that as well. But I don't think the public and myself have figured out what that $1 million, why that is being spent, and what for. I think we have issues in community development, but DRB and Planning Commission as well. I think that $1 million allocation was put into a budget reconciliation bill, so you, the public, didn't, and I didn't know the reasons for this allocation. And the actual services started 6 months ago, so it's quite late. So I would like to have some comment about that and whether we could have a discussion of where we are with that and what the projection is for the year of those costs. And then I also wanted to ask, I didn't get this question answered last meeting, was it proper and legal for city staff to ask the state assembly member to initiate a bill that allows the city to start discussions with Caltrans to take over the responsibility for Coast Highway? It would seem to me that this is an initial policy decision that should have been voted on by the council before the action I described just was taken. And I appreciate the city attorney's opinion on that, and thank you.
Councilmember Oriole.
We'll go back.
Oh, okay. Didn't happen last time. I'm just wondering. That's all.
Well, Clark took part of my job this evening, which was supposed to, I was going to announce the Heritage Month happenings, but he did that for me. But just as a reminder, May is Heritage Month, and the kickoff celebration is Thursday, May 2nd at the Tango Restaurant. And I also attended the event at the Rivian Theater yesterday evening, and I was very impressed, and I always enjoy some of the information that the Canyon Conservancy shares with us on the efforts that they made when they're in saving the canyon. It's very impressive organization, and just how they went about and achieved what they achieved is very impressive. And we also discovered that we have an in-house professional speaker with Jeremy here. He was quite impressive. I was very impressed in his performance last night, I must say. As far as, and I guess we're going to address some of George's questions in a moment, but I would suggest that we, at some point, ask Megan to come back and talk, and give an update on some of the things that they've been doing, the law firm has been doing to address and improve what we're doing in community development. I know that this council I thought did a great job in giving instructions, and we now have the attorneys attending the design review meetings and the planning commission meetings, and there's, we're always looking for ways to improve, and in my mind, that's what we're doing. And there's a cost associated with that, and there's also legal services that are needed as we work our way through these processes. So I think it would be valuable to have her put together, a communications that articulates and outlines some of those processes that we're working on.
Mayor Pro Tem Ranagi, do you have any comments?
No comments. Hello from Barcelona at 3 a.m. here. So
okay.
No comments. Right.
Thank you, Alex. Bob?
I was at the event last night. Gail Waite, I thought, did an outstanding job of organizing it. And then Saturday night, there was the first TEDx Laguna Beach event down at the Rivian also. And they had a number of speakers, local and beyond local, but people like Chad Nelson, Nancy Caruso, who restored our kelp beds off the coast here, Amber Sparks, who is Skip and Amy Jackson's daughter, who runs Blue Latitudes, kind of does oil rig to reef work. Pastor Rod gave an inspirational speech. Steve Britton from LCAD was there, some high school students. It was an amazing display of the breadth of interests and talent in our community, and how engaged they are with in particular, focus on this was on the ocean, but it was really a great evening. And I think Rivian continues to do a remarkable job of programming that space down there and inviting the community in for these kind of events, which is exactly what we hoped they would do. So more to come, I'm sure.
Thank you, Bob. I have a few things. One is I want to congratulate Chief Calvert on his crime statistics and just the police department in general, just doing so well. A lot of good recruits, and I go to almost all the badge pinnings and the award ceremony, and the department's doing well, and they're very upbeat and very enthusiastic, and it's great to see. I had an incident actually next door to me the other day where a woman left something on the stove. And fortunately, a UPS person came to the door and saw smoke, came next door to my house, said, is anybody home? No. We saw that the back window was open, so a female police officer went through. 3 fire trucks came up. Female police officer went through the window, opened the front door, and they were able to get in there and put the fire out. So it was outstanding performance by our public safety officers, and it was quite impressive. That could have been a complete debacle if the UPS guy hadn't stopped by. I had the third graders in here last week. Really cute, a lot of good questions, funny questions. We do this every year. They had a great time. They spent some time with me, then they went off. Then they started the real fun where they went with the fire department and they got to see the fire truck. And then they went with the police department where they saw the police dog and the police car. And then I think their favorite is they went off to marine safety and they got a good tour there. So they were really enthusiastic and all excited. I think mostly not to be in school, but I went to the library celebration on Earth Day. That was Saturday. So Gavin, this is one thing I forgot to mention. One of the board members said to me, so they would like to get some motion sensor cameras around so where the fairy garden is around the perimeter, and then down by where the chamber offices are, because they're getting some people sleeping in there and using that area for other purposes. So if we can get some motion sensor cameras, I think that might really help. I want to thank the McGilvery family for their friends and family screening of their 2 new films, which are fantastic. IMAX Films, Superhuman Body in Ireland. They've done actually 60 films in 60 years. It's pretty impressive. Yesterday, Bob and I met with Congressman Katie Porter. She wanted to review the Marine Safety Organization, how we did our business, and Kai Bond gave a great overview. And I wanted to see if Kai could come up, because we got a new boat, which we haven't had for 30 years. And so we have a quick video that we want to show you, and then Kai, if you wouldn't mind talking about it.
Sure.
I think the video is going to come on first.
So, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to announce that WaveWatch, our marine safety rescue vessel, will be fully operational for summer operations. This past weekend, our staff has been training through our deckhand and our operator skills, and what it does is it closes a 7.5-mile gap of offshore response, and it resurrects a program that's been dormant for over 3 decades, over 30 years, which is very, very exciting for the public and marine safety staff. Some of the advantages of a rescue vessel: one, it's kind of crowded in town, as if you could probably tell. It's going to reduce our response times. It provides a stable platform for emergency operations, and it allows people that have been rescued to take a breath before we take them back through the surf line. So it's an all-in-all win for the community, for marine safety, and for our city.
Thanks, Kai. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Okay, that's all for me. So Megan, do you want to make a comment about the legal fees? I mean, Sean told us all before he left that our legal fees were going up, so it's not a surprise to us, but go ahead.
Gavin would like to speak on liability.
Okay,
well,
go
actually,
ahead.
just on the,
Okay.
I'll talk about the legal fees.
Okay.
So if I could just recommend, maybe we're going to have the budget workshop on May 11th, and that might be the best time. We can bring that up with legal fees for what we incurred last year and what we're projecting for next year. Then you get a complete view of what we're looking at for next year, what happened this past year. And so that's on May 14th, we do the budget workshop.
That's fine. My question wasn't necessarily the amount. I approved it. We don't, as Mark said, we should have a presentation on what problems we're trying to solve. In community development, and by having people at DRB and PC too, Planning Commission, I just don't know, I haven't been given a thorough explanation of what those issues are. What are the root causes of us possibly spending $1 million or more this year? And we spent it, I don't know if we spent half of it already, since Sean said he was going to do this in January. I think it was my conversation. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it, that's all.
Mayor, Councilmember Weiss, Councilmember Orgel, I'm more than happy to have a presentation and explain what we're doing, and I'm happy to explain what we're doing, and it's ultimately a policy call of the council, so you can direct me as you'd wish going forward. I think that we want to use the dollars in the best way possible for the city of Laguna Beach, and that is our absolute goal. I also briefly wanted to touch upon your question about the Caltrans efforts, and as I understand that was direction was taken from the strategic planning January 19th meeting, and that the steps taken by staff are initial efforts to get the ball rolling, but that any policy matters have to come back to council, so no policy matters will be taken without council input. That was just feedback taken from the strategic planning meeting. And then finally, as a testament to the former city attorney, he emailed me the cost memo from the Kirby case. It's $2,870. He's confirming whether or not those dollars were recovered, but that's it.
Yeah, I appreciate the response. Megan, I guess I'm slow. The $1 million has been, part of it's been spent already from here to January, from April. I'm just trying to figure, I know this, you're doing good work, you got, and I've heard this, so I'm not faulting any of this. What I'm asking is, what are the root causes, and how do we explain this to the public that we needed to spend $1 million to fix something?
Councilmember Orgel, Councilmember Weiss, yeah. Councilmember Orgel's suggestion of presentation is a great idea. We're not agendized for a big discussion, but that's a great way to get at your questions. So we will certainly do that.
Let's do both parts. Thank you, and soon.
Okay, with that, we're going to get on to our consent calendar. Council, we have 7 items. Does anybody want to pull anything?
Number 7.
Okay, number 7. Anybody else? Anybody from the public want to pull anything? If so, please come forward. Pardon?
That's 337 Hawthorne. The taking it off the historic register.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing on that. And then, okay, item 7.
Well, I'd move the items 1 through 6.
I'll second. All in favor?
Well, we have to roll call it.
Aye.
Oh, that's right. We got a roll call. Okay.
Councilmember Orgel?
Yes.
Councilmember Weiss?
Here.
Councilmember Whalen?
Yes, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ranagi?
Yes.
And Mayor
Let's
Kemp.
do that again. George was a yes. I didn't respond. I'm a yes.
Okay,
Now over to Alex.
Yeah, we're out of practice here.
All right. All yeses.
And
Okay.
Mayor, if I could just briefly describe that we're doing the roll call because Mayor Pro Tem Ranagi is actually operating under the teleconference rules, which were in the Brown Act pre-COVID. Those aren't Zoom rules. Those are rules that if anyone's in Barcelona, they can go join Councilmember Ranagi right now and give public comment there. So that's why that's how he's participating tonight, and that participation requires roll call votes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, who is going to talk about this consent item number 7? Megan, are you going to do it?
I'm happy to. I don't know if there's specific questions or if you'd like a staff report.
I don't know. I didn't pull it. George, do you have questions? Or?
My question is, what's the grounds for, I mean, what's changed since this has been on the register since 2008? Could you explain the basis for delisting the property?
Councilmember Weiss, the basis is it's not delisting, it's removing it from the register because it's errantly placed on there. Is the determination by staff. Staff did an evaluation of the full file and determined that the requirements for placement on the register in 2008 when the property was placed there were not satisfied as described in the staff report. And so when it was ultra-virus by the staff to put it on there. Staff didn't have the authority to put it on there. And so the action is really by council it's a ministerial action. It's to direct staff to take it off because it should have never been put on there in the first place. The reasons for that, as described in the staff report, is that at the time the ordinance required a contract to be entered between the property owner and the city for its designation on the historic register, and that needed to be recorded against the property. Those things did not happen.
Okay.
And so it's not properly listed. And so it is correction of an error, which is different than your process that you would normally go through for a discretionary process to remove a home from the register.
The specific mistakes that were made by staff to put it on the register, what were they?
Councilmember Weiss, it's on the register is the error. It shouldn't have been placed on the register. the date of the
Classifying it somehow. Okay,
Correct.
So
It-
it wasn't old enough, or it wasn't cool enough, or?
No. So the property owner at the time applied for the historic register and applied for an incentive for a parking reduction with a project. And when the parking reduction wasn't granted as part of that, and so the property owner, subsequently the contract was not signed. It's not recorded against the property. Those are sort of like check the box requirements under our ordinance. And so it was errantly placed on the register. The date of the entry is consistent with the date that the historic or the Heritage Committee considered a recommendation of the item. That would have also been, that date is an error because the item required action by the DRB. The committee itself can't put an item onto the register. So that's further evidence that it was apparently errantly placed on that date.
But from a historical perspective, I gather the argument here is that the mistake made by the planner, or whoever put this on the register, was the fact that they didn't give them the benefit of the parking space. Is that invalidated the historical status?
The question is whether, under the terms of the ordinance at the time, whether they entered into a contract and it was recorded against the property. And those are requirements for the property to be placed on the register, and that did
That's on
not.
the onus of the property owner to get that contract from the city and make sure that the city helps execute it, isn't it? If they were, whose responsibility was it to get that contract?
It should both be
Both parties?
both parties, I would imagine.
So
has
someone
how
on the
staff has
city
system
side
the
may
time.
not have acted, someone on the red, but neither party acted to get the contract signed.
That is my understanding. There is no contract in the file, and I am informed that it is not recorded against the property, and so therefore cannot be on the register.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this item? Okay, I'll open the public hearing.
Good evening. I was involved with this property from years past. And I think it was a 4th of July party when Mike Ray begged me to help him get his project taken care of. And I said, I'll do what I can to help you, but I'm not going to take it off the registry. And that's the beginning of Liberate Laguna, because he thought that because of our friendship, I would have voted for it. But the vote was 3-2 to keep it on. And the 3 people who said it's on the registry, we're not taking it off, I voted for that, Rob Smead and Bob Whalen. It was a 3-2 vote to keep it on. Now, I don't know how we can go to all of this stuff and have all these legal things and say that it wasn't historic. It was historic. And I sat with his architect to try to figure out a way for him to get what he wanted and leave that tiny little corner that the Heritage Committee wanted. That's all it was at issue. But it was really an interesting thing, because I do believe that when you buy something on the registry, you may in fact have a better deal for it, because there are limitations when it's historic. And now they were all operating under that. It's a really bad precedent for us to be doing this. We don't know what happened, but we do know that for years we thought it was as it was. And just on a personal aside, I was asked for, I have 3 email accounts, and Mike Ray asked for all 3 email accounts for a year, every email I had. And a lot of them are personal things from people who are having personal problems. But no, I talked to Sheree, city manager, I talked to the acting city manager, and I talked to the city attorney, and there was nothing I could do. So I spent $1,000 and went to an attorney in San Francisco. And she worked for Shute Mahaling Weinberger. And She was very generous with her time. I came back to the city. I said to the then city manager, I talked to so-and-so. He said, oh, it's all right. Never mind. You don't have to do anything. So thank heavens we have a city attorney now who is paying attention to these things. But there's a lot of stuff that needs to be cleaned up. This isn't the place to start. This was on the registry.
I'm Michael Ray again. It's my house. To set the record straight about Tony, I never, ever begged her for anything. She begged me for campaign promises. And this is the way she has twisted this is unbelievable beyond recognition. The reason why it was never put on the registry is it's two qualifications. One, and it was done by the prior homeowner, Brad Oldenbrook. You have to get something that you otherwise could not get, and he was not allowed out of the Heritage Committee until they put it on the registry. And finally he gave in because they reduced his 4-car garage to 3 cars. And then it went to DRB, they eliminated that. He never got any variance, which by city law you have to get something. And 2, there has to be a signed, written, notarized, and recorded agreement between the homeowner and the city, which never occurred. So this was never legally on the registry. And the issue is, who put it there and why did it remain there all this time? Mr. Weiss asked why the city had to pay a $350,000 fine on a case regarding this, which the city lost. And the reason was that this was illegally put on the registry to begin with and never taken off. And by saying that it should still be on it, it's like saying, hey, Mike, we know you're not a slave, but because we've been treating you like a slave for the last decade, you are a slave. That doesn't make me a slave, and it doesn't make this house on any registry whatsoever, and it never has been, and it should have been taken off by administrative action the day after. And I might add, if you look at the historic registry, the listing, it's very clear that the city there was never, ever recorded agreement, ever. It's right there, and yet all the reports, it kept saying it's on the historic, all these reports. And it's cost me so much money, I can't even count that high. And so I'm done, but to leave it on, to not take it off, I don't believe it.
Let me ask you a question, if I could. You bought the property knowing that it was on the historic register or not?
Blocked what?
You bought the property knowing it was on the historic register?
No, it was a short sale. I didn't know anything.
It's a short sale.
Meaning
you didn't know that it was a historic property?
No, I knew that Wells Fargo Bank, I knew the tenant, and I knew Wells Fargo Bank was short selling it. I knew Brad Oldenbrook was in trouble, so I bought it basically through and from Wells Fargo Bank.
So not knowing whether it was historic or not?
There was.
You had no idea?
And George, it wasn't historic.
I'm not saying it was or wasn't. I'm asking, what was your assumption when you bought the property?
My assumption was I could do it. It was a house that I could buy and use whatever I wanted to.
It was not historic then? You didn't know if it was historic or not?
It was not. It was never historic.
I think what happens
register,
is because
though.
it was a short sell, he didn't receive a real property report.
Right, so you didn't have that information.
All they dealt was with Wells Fargo, and they had a list of things, most prominent of which is I couldn't pay the seller more than which was on the contract.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, okay.
Mayor Kemp, my name is Gene Felder. I'd like to address the City Council as an individual. I'm not speaking for the Laguna Beach Historical Society, but I was on the board for 13 years, president for 5 years, and I can assure you that this property is a historic property. And looking at the staff report, you will note that it is, right now, on the historic registry. And you know that you do not have a procedure for removing a property from the historic registry. And you know that the Heritage Committee recommended that it be on the historic registry. And I'm very, very pleased. Michael Ray, I have many criticisms of him, but I'm just delighted that he has told you that he is willing to leave it on the historic registry. I commend him for that. I thank him for that. Please do the right thing.
Good evening again. This is Pat Gallus. I live well, about a block and a half from this project. I walk by it once a day, maybe twice a day for the last 20, 30 years. It's not on the register legally, and that's what it's all about. You know, the city staff made this recommendation. They researched it. They went in. My understanding is it has to be filed at the county, so there should be paperwork somewhere. My understanding, I think this is the only city that requires people to put their things on the historic register to have this type of document. That's my understanding. I'm not 100% sure, but there's very few cities in this state that you have to do this. I believe it's the only one. During this same lawsuit that the city lost on this property, this organization, the coalition, they also asked to there were three things going on. One was not to let the gentleman deal with his house. The second one was to request that the inventory is a local register. The court denied this request. Okay. The other one was saying was a pattern and practice of not abiding to CEQA and to the historic resource protections. The court denies the request to declare that the city has a pattern and practice of disregarding CEQA's historic resource protections. On both those other items, the judge voted it down. People need to be aware that there's a small group of individuals in this town that have their vision. And if your vision doesn't coincide with those, you sue. The Kirby's thing is a perfect example, and this is another example. This house, it's an old house with character. He plans on rebuilding it pretty much the same way it is. They make it sound like he's going to put a mustache on the Mona Lisa. If you walk by the house, it's just an old house with character. Thanks again for your time.
Hello again. I think it's only fair that the opinions of historical people who are in the historical world should be entered into the record. Kathy Jerka writes, I write to urge you not to delist this property from the Laguna Beach Historic Register. It has been designated since 2008 by a previous owner. Whether that owner received requested parking reductions is moot. The basis for delisting is a memo from fired Directory of Community Development, Mark Weiner. It does not contain any information from the previous owner stating that he withheld his signature from the paperwork. The only thing we know for sure is that the city apparently cannot find the paperwork. That is no basis on which to delist an historic property. And Susan Brandt Hawley, who is an expert in these affairs, reminds us that it is irrelevant that the City Council, over a period of years, refused to delist the property, the 337 Hawthorne property, from the register after owner Michael's Ray repeated attempts to do so. I find interesting a couple things. Number one, when Michael Ray says, in reply to Councilman Weiss, I just bought the property and thought I could do anything I wanted with it. Well, this is Laguna Beach, and you can't just buy a property and do anything you want with it because there are sanctions for various reasons. And I think the previous speaker, when he speaks about what Michael Ray intends to do, we don't know that, you don't know that. If it's delisted, he pretty much can just demolish it if he wishes to. And he's let it, from what I've seen, really become a decrepit house. So now he's looking for the city to bail him out. That's how it seems to me. So I think we should be very sober when it comes to delisting properties that are on the historic register. That's part of our heritage here in Laguna Beach. And it's because of people who did stand up, spend money themselves to have things adjudicated. However it turns out, these people are trying to keep our city, the city that we all move to in certain ways. So I underline the experts who say, don't delist it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening, Mayor Kemp and council members. My name is Larry Noakes, and I am working with Michael Ray. I just wanted to compliment Megan and Alicia on their thorough staff report and the research that went into the staff item. This is an interesting case because I think, George, you had probably a question that a lot of people had. Well, why would you buy a house that's on the historic register? You learned tonight that this house was a short sale. It was bought through foreclosure, and when that happens, the typical disclosures are not made. So you don't have typically the same types of transfer disclosure statements and things you would have in an ordinary real estate transaction. And then on top of that, when there's nothing that is of record, that is supposed to be of record, like an agreement between the owner and the city, laying out specifically what the owner's obligations are with regard to the house, as was required in 2545-004 back when this house was considered for the register, then you don't have any evidence of it being on the register. The only thing there was I think, probably a staff error, and I don't know how it happened. It was this Scrivener's thing, and I'm not sure what happened, but it is magical thinking to say that this house was on the register when none of those requirements was followed. I think that when you have a process for listing houses on a register and for finding houses to be historical, and I'll say this for the benefit of any staff that's tuned in, and this seems to have become some sort of a drinking game, how many times I will say historicity during one of these presentations. But if you have a specific set of requirements for listing, for finding historicity, for acknowledging the importance of houses, then it's just as important to follow those rules in making those assessments as it is to consider things where you make a mistake and it shouldn't be on the register. The fact is that this house was identified on the inventory as a C-rated structure. C-rated structures are neither unique or distinctive. That's right in the general plan. We've sort of done away with that nomenclature, but I think it's important to note. The only thing that was making this house a historic resource for purposes of the last lawsuit was the fact that it was on the register. The fact that this is now being clarified is much appreciated by Mr. Ray. It should also be appreciated by others who might be listed on the register who do not have contracts, who wish to have relief from that. But with that, I hope this is the last time we have to speak about this, and thank you for your consideration.
I just have one comment, Larry.
Yeah, George.
I mean, Mr. Murray is a very sophisticated developer. His father was a developer. It's a short sale, but he doesn't get a phone call from the bank and say, I need 5 minutes and you're going to buy it or not. He could have gone to the city, certainly, don't you agree, and found out whether it was on the register or what issues with the property might have been, the whole history of it with the city,
Sure, and with the city, what he would have found is it wasn't on the register. If he had looked through that file as it exists and as it exists today, there's no evidence of a contract.
Okay.
There's no evidence of anything other than a hearing at the Heritage Committee that happened back in 2008, where the Heritage Committee said, yes, we'll support your requested design review. And then design review, after 3 hearings, dumped this poor guy and didn't give him his requested benefits. So there was never a contract. So that's what he would have learned.
Well, I understand all that. I mean, it's still on the register.
That's what he would have found.
It's still on the register on the city's website.
Well, no, it's not. Try to
understand.
find that.
Okay.
Try to go on that website back in the time that Mr. Ray was buying this house and find a list of those houses.
Okay.
I don't think you're going to find it. And so there was nothing to give him notice. But the fact is that the rules for listing it on the register were not complied with, and this house should just be, Megan put it exactly correct. This is not about delisting a house. This is about formally acknowledging that the house was on the register and never properly listed in the first place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. All right, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Comments, council?
I
have a couple questions.
Oh, go ahead. Go, Alex.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
3 in the morning, so.
Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, sorry. Just a couple questions for the city attorney. So to be placed on the register, even under our previous ordinance, does that require an agreement between the city and the property owner? Or did that require an agreement between the city and the property owner?
Mayor Pro Tem, yes, the ordinance required a recordation of a written agreement between the city and the property owner.
Got it. And then, so just to clarify, was there a written agreement between the property owner and the city of Laguna Beach?
The staff cannot find a record of that agreement in the file, and the prior community development director, who did a deep dive into this, determined that the contract did not exist, and we were informed that it's not recorded against the property either.
And why? So, just to confirm, the Heritage Committee made a recommendation for a parking reduction to be placed on the historic register, and the DRB refused to accept that recommendation. Is that right?
That isn't my understanding. My understanding is that the DRB's final approval was to not include the parking incentive that was tied to the historic preservation ordinance at the time.
Got it. So there would be, okay. And then just the final question, regardless of whether it was listed on the website, and even under the previous ordinance, did the city of Laguna Beach ever have a statutory authority to be able to historic register without there being a written agreement?
The municipal code at the time required that the way for that to be placed on, designated for the historic register, would have required a recorded written agreement. So without that recorded written agreement, it exceeds the scope of the ordinance. So they did not.
Got it. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Anybody else?
Yeah. So there's 2 violations here. I imagine they put it on the historic register illegally because they didn't, but they put it on before they saw the agreement, the contract go through, and then the contract may have been lost. So I'm troubled by the city's record at keeping paperwork. There was a man on Circle Way, Mark Asami, whose story pole paperwork was lost. And so they had to recreate the story pole's paperwork again. And he lost a couple of feet of his view. And now he spent $800,000 on lawsuits which went nowhere. And now he's raising the height of his property so he can get his view back. So I do find it troublesome. We also lost the paperwork for setbacks on Temple Hills Drive some time ago. We're missing. We can't, I don't know if we found him since then or not. So I have a problem with that, the city's record of maybe the contract did exist and it was disposed of. I don't know. But the fact is that you can find out if something's on the historic register when you buy it at 2008 or 9 when Mr. Ray bought it. I don't know what year he bought it. Didn't buy it that year because that was put on the register that year. So even with a short sale, you could find out whether it's, talk to people and see if it's listed on the register. So I'm troubled by those things, and I don't know, council for 8 years or more denied the requests, and I don't know how many times, upheld the Heritage Commission's findings, and VRB, I don't know who else is involved in that, that said it was a historic property. So I think the process of taking it away by just saying it's a mistake, I'm troubled by. And so we have two big mistakes. One is this one, take it off. And two is indemnification, which cost the city $348,000, $2,000 less than Mr. Ray described, legal fees and payment to the other attorney, both in the same, for the same property. Those are my comments.
Okay, who else? Bob?
You know, I think that the city attorney's outlined here that this is a ministerial act, not a discretionary act. To correct the record, as it said here, nunc pro tunc, which is a nice legal term. But, you know, there's no record. The city can't demonstrate that it was, the agreement was ever signed and was put on the, recorded and properly then placed on the register. It seems to be a mistake that needs to be corrected. But I think it's very important that we underscore that this is a ministerial act, not a discretionary act, because we have had, and I imagine we will have in the future, requests from others to, you know, remove a property here or there from the historic register. And, you know, I think a discretionary, I'd be in a very different place, I think, with a discretionary action than a ministerial action that the city attorney is saying that we are required to take. So, you know, it's unfortunate, I think, but I think that that's where we are with the record that we have.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Well, I do appreciate the attorney's fresh look at this, and I think that the staff report is very thorough. And George, I agree with some of your comments regarding some of the things that the city could have done better to, as this property was listed or delisted, and the whole process that it went through. You know, we weren't obviously on council back then, but you know, I think that going forward that there will be some discussions, and I know that there has been discussions internally with Megan and community development on how we can, you know, always be better at what we do and how we manage, you know, our files and our processes, and that's a part of some of the projects that the city's undertaken now. And I think that this is an unfortunate error, and I do look forward that, you know, that the city will be improving its processes in the future. With that said, I would like to remind the city and the community that we have, there has been a significant number of houses that have voluntarily been placed on the register over at least the last 16 months since I've been on council, and I believe that number is hovering around 25. So I just wanted to say that, you know, remind everybody that there are still homes that are being put on the register, and this is an unfortunate situation, but I really don't think that we have any choice right now. It's our job to really, you know, look out for the city and make sure that we're, you know, not going to find ourselves in a legal situation. And I think it's pretty clear here that depending on how we vote on this tonight, will really determine our position on that. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Alex, do you have any further comments?
No, I mean, I think it's important that we follow the law as city officials, and I appreciate the work of the city attorney in providing this very clear analysis about why this never should have been on the register in the first place. So I agree with council members Orgill and Whalen.
I do as well. Do we have a motion?
Move the recommended action.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Can we
Opposed?
take a roll call vote?
Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting. Oh, my gosh.
Councilmember Orgill.
I'll get it by the end of the meeting.
Yes.
Councilmember Weiss.
Nay, I want to make a comment. The property owner raised this issue, as someone else pointed out, previously failed attempts to get it changed, and I don't get it. Has council just changed, and is that what the difference is? So, because other councils have upheld it, doesn't make any sense. Nay.
Councilmember Whalen.
Yes, and it was previously presented to us as a discretionary action, not a ministerial action. That's the difference, Councilmember Weiss.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi.
Yes.
Mayor Kim.
Yes. Okay, that's 4-1. All right, that moves us on to, we're getting there. Item number 8, which is options for the 4th of July celebration. And Chief King, come forward.
Mayor, I'll actually be providing the presentation this evening, or a brief one at that, hopefully.
Okay.
And then both Chief King and Fire Marshal Montagami are here to provide any technical questions, certainly for the firework component of the show, as the fire department has historically provided that service for the city. Well, staff has been bringing a contract to you for a fireworks show since about the early 80s. It's usually a routine report. The reason it's on regular order this year is that during last year's consideration of the contract, the council suggested that that staff develop some alternatives alongside a fireworks show for the city council to consider prior to the 2024 July 4th celebration. This analysis was also included on the Environmental Sustainability Committee's work plan. They expressed an interest and requested to look at that as well from the City Council when they presented their work plan. And I would like to thank them for their work and certainly working alongside and providing very valuable information and identifying alternatives and useful information that staff could then take, develop, and prepare to you this evening. So just quickly run through it. We have two options. We have option 1, which is a fireworks show. Just kind of a couple of high-level notes. Our typical fireworks show is 12 to 15 minutes. The cost this year is $40,000, which is about $2,000 increase from last year, but $40,000 thereabouts. That's 882 fireworks, and it occurs. It used to be North Main Beach. It's for the last decade or so has been out of Monument Point. And the program is, the city receives its permit from the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board. Say that 10 times fast. We follow best management practices and have a permit each year that we're required to comply with as part of the fireworks show to understand and assess impacts to the environmental quality, particularly in the immediate area, water below, with sediment and water sampling. The second option presented is a drone light show. And again, thank you to Environmental Sustainability Committee. What this is as well a 15-minute presentation with a number of drones, typically ranging from 1 to 500 drones, that provide a series of images in the sky. There's one part of it that's stock, but then it's also customizable to the city, and we could work to curate some Laguna-specific designs. But it generally rotates through those different patterns. The cost from the proposals that we looked at range from, well, first off, Environmental Sustainability Committee recommended that we look at a 300 drone show. And what you get is essentially resolution. Think of your TV, right? The lower the resolution, or the higher the resolution, the higher the quality of the picture. And 300 seems like the middle ground there to provide resolution and be cost effective as their recommendation. And what we see is that's about $75,000. The high bid we received was $115,000, but $75,000 with the proposals that we have tonight. This would also be deployed out of Heisler Park, and the regulatory agencies here would be the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, and what they would be limiting are conditions like line of sight, weather conditions, and such. That's what they would be looking at, and that's up to the contractor more so than the city, but what would be governing the operation. And of course, either option would require a CDP that we'd pursue once we receive direction from staff. Here are the two options side by side with kind of those higher points. I'll circle back to that, and I just want to kind of touch on the recommendation slide quickly. That, to clarify, staff is seeking direction on which option to pursue this evening to provide for the 4th of July celebration. Option 1, a fireworks show. The current budget has $20,000, which would be sufficient for the retainer for a fireworks show. There is an increased cost, about double the cost for the drone show. So we would, if the council were to select a drone show, we would need an appropriation, about $17,500 this evening from the general fund, to combine with the $20,000 budgeted for that 50% retainer. And then we'd need to include additional funding, which we typically do on the back end for the second half of the payment after the July 4th celebration. We are available for questions. I'm going to leave this slide up just for a comparison, but thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy. Good report. Questions for Jeremy?
Just
Go ahead, Bob. I think Bob has one.
Go ahead.
I've just got a couple. So on the drone show, and there was some good discussion in here in the memo, I think, that Environmental Sustainability Committee did. But one of the concerns I have is the area that needs to be the exclusionary area, what they're calling it. And then there were some suggestions here about maybe closing the road, between Jasmine and Myrtle. How is this all going to fit? Have we figured out the logistics of that? And can we really make it work to their specs at that location?
From the analysis, we're really looking for the footprint of, say, a tennis court. Maybe slightly larger. I think between the grass area that is adjacent to the whale sculpture and the amphitheater, as well as some grass area up above Monument Point, there where we do the Memorial Day remembrance each year, I think between those two spaces we could probably cover that square footage.
So the entire grass area there, the big grass area would be exclusion, and typically it's not, right? That's open.
Well, is that open, or do we close that off prior to the fireworks show?
That is usually closed off.
That is usually, so we do exclude that whole zone for the show.
Okay. And then if I'm reading the contractor would be responsible for getting any FAA permit,
correct?
And on the CDP, so is it anticipated that the drone show will it be overhead in the park, or will it be out over the ocean?
From my past life in marine safety as a drone operator, we wouldn't be able to provide, it would have to be over the water. It cannot occur over people's heads that are not actively participating in the operation of the drones.
And then and the staff report points this out, one of the potential risks is that the weather conditions don't allow for the event to occur. Either, I think they say in their proposal, 30-mile-an-hour plus winds, not likely, or low visibility, a real possibility, right? And if I read the contract right, and you have to cancel the show, you get a credit back, less expenses incurred. So I'm assuming a day of cancellation or an evening of cancellation.
You are correct.
You've pretty much spent $37,000.
That's the way I read it as well.
Okay. All right, just wanted to confirm
credited
that.
back, less expenses. They aren't located here. They're located in Utah, I believe. So there would be expenses incurred that we wouldn't recover.
My surmise is, because they've set it all up and everything, there's probably very little of that $37,000 you'd get back.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Jeremy, how high how high would they be? Do you know?
My guess is not above 400 feet. That's, once you get above 400 feet, you're in regulated airspace.
Okay.
I'm sure they're probably underneath.
So do you think how would the visibility be for the residents across the town, though? You think it would be the same as fireworks, or?
I can't answer that. Uncharted territory. I'm not sure the elevation. Do you know the elevation that a firework detonates?
Usually fireworks detonate all the way up to, well, it's usually 75 feet for every 3 inches in diameter what the firework, the projectile itself is. So if we have 8-inch projectile, it can go all the way up to 75 times of that. So 75 times 8-inch or 7 times 8, that's how many feet it would potentially go up.
Okay. And then, when we have fireworks, we have a lot of smoke usually. I mean, that's part of the problem. And then we have things going on in the south and in the north. So, I mean, so what I'm thinking about is having the smoke let's say we have good conditions, but the smoke obscures the show in some way. I mean, I don't know if that's a concern or not, but I notice there's always the smoke, depending on which way the wind's blowing. I don't know, I'd hate to see us up there with drones and have it, blocked partially by smoke from other fireworks. Do you have any ideas about that?
Well,
It's kind of a
I know
weird
that
question.
Three Arch historically does one in Emerald Bay. Anecdotally, from my experience watching fireworks for many decades here, I can't recall that smoke ever working its way to Main Beach. That's anecdotally, though.
Maybe we'd have to time it.
Yeah, I'd agree. I don't think that the Emerald Bay smoke doesn't make it down to our area, really. It's the smoke from our own thing.
We get a lot of, yeah.
Is there music synced with the drone show? And if so, can it be synced with the local radio station?
There can be, that is potential. What's scoped here does not include music. Time is of the essence. If the council wants to get a drone underway, the demand vastly exceeds the supply at the moment. Could we? Yes. The recommended service provider that we're looking at, they said that we could work with them. Yes, Councilmember Orgill, we could explore opportunities with the local radio station. There's also an app you could download. I mean, there's a number of things that we could contemplate. I think we can contemplate that. The first step is to determine if we want to proceed with the drones.
Thank you.
Alex, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'd like to say a few words. I'm sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I'm trying to see Alex. Well, I
You
got
hadn't
him.
asked me, and I was the first one to ask to speak, and then you called on Bob. So I really appreciate a little respect. Thank you. My questions are following. One is, I think this is an environmentally responsible thing to do, and I agree with that, the recommendation. The second thing is the smoke. Most years, for some reason on the 4th of July, there's no wind. And the smoke is there, and it's in front of the fireworks, and eventually it pulls in, and you don't see half the fireworks. That doesn't happen that's the advantage of drones, I think, to my mind, even though it's $33,000 more. But I think we should be willing to support that to be environmentally sound and friendly. And frankly, try it one year. It can always go back if it doesn't.
George, wait a
isn't
minute.
popular.
We're at the question period. We have to listen to the public before we make our, comments.
Fine.
You have anything else? Okay, Alex, you got some comments?
No questions at this time.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Judy Mancuso, Environmental Sustainability Committee. So we're really excited that you're taking this up tonight, and I want to thank all the members that helped me and we all reviewing these multiple companies. Music, to my knowledge, was a part of that bid, and that you do pick your slides so that you can customize it in a lot of ways. I, live up at 700 feet. I see straight to Main Beach, and year after year, what I see is smoke and a little bit of fireworks, so it's always super smoky. And then what we live with is that smoke traveling through the canyon and sitting there for quite some time. So the air pollution it causes, the land pollution is awful, what drops in the water, and then also the poor animals. For wildlife, it's terrible. For nesting birds, it is the number one day of the year for dogs getting hit by cars and for going into shelters because of the noise. They get spooked every 4th of July, I end up getting somebody's dog, and hopefully if it has a tag, I call and they get it back. But for the animals and also our veterans, PTSD is very, very real. My brother was in the Vietnam War, and to this day, he cannot tolerate fireworks shows. It's just too much for him. So thank you so much for addressing this, and we should be able to see it better than the fireworks because of that smoke from the fireworks that covers the fireworks. In this instance, it's going to be clear. We won't have the smoke from those other areas, and we'll be able to see them. Most cities are moving towards this now. And right around Earth Day, this seems like the perfect time to make this decision. Thank you all so much.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kemp, my name is Gene Felder. I live at 2680 Park Avenue. I'd like to address the council as an individual. In general, I would say let's try the drone idea. I'm a little disappointed with the presentation. I thought I would certainly see a video clip of what it would look like. But I guess I can imagine it. It looked pretty good. The thing I think we need is input from the fire department. We're citizens of Laguna Beach. It is illegal for them to set off fireworks. And every year, 4th of July, the city of Laguna Beach, they set off fireworks. And I would think the justification for that is if we put on a grand fireworks show, it's much more likely that individual citizens will comply with the law. So that would be my only concern, is if you take away the fireworks show, will that cause more individual people to start using fireworks? But I'd be interested in what the drone show looks like. If we have people complying with the no fireworks in Laguna Beach, including the city, and the drone show is good, let's find out what it's like. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Gene.
Hi, Michelle Monda. Maybe about a month ago, Dana Point, well, actually, it was over the Ritz-Carlton. I was coming over the hill, and I saw the drones up there. Would it have been possible to talk to another city and get their experience? I'm open to trying it, although I love fireworks, but I get the whole big picture. And that was actually kind of exciting as I was driving over. In fact, so much so, and they had an American flag up there, that I actually drove to the Ritz-Carlton. Unfortunately, it was over by the time we got there. But it was very interesting. So I'm open to trying something new, but find out maybe the other cities' experiences, especially coastal cities. Thank you.
So right after last Independence Day, I brought up to the council either an alternative to the fireworks or, as I'll mention, because now we have two options, and I'm wondering why the third option of a laser show, which are also very popular, very spectacular, wasn't considered as an option to the fireworks. And there's another option, and that is no show on Main Beach. I mean, I wonder why we would be paying, again, $40,000 to $75,000 for 12 to 15 minutes worth of show. And I say that in my 36 years here in Laguna Beach, we've gone to a number of the shows. We stopped going because it seemed like the thousands of people that were watching that show going ooh and ah were out of town people. And when the show was completed, it was a riot of traffic trying to get out of town. So I'm asking the question of why would we continue to do this? Why are we spending the money to do it? What is the benefit to the residents of Laguna Beach. If there is a benefit to the businesses, I'd really like to hear what it is. I think these are basically, what are they called? Day visitors. They come in, they'll see the show, and boom, they're gone. And it's brutal on the streets. So I would opt for abandoning it. And I think fiscally it's not a responsible thing to do in terms of our residents. And clearly, I agree with Judy that what happens to the animals is just terrible. I mean, every year there are these stories of dogs running away. If you've ever been with a dog when those fireworks go off, you know that they are terrified. And I didn't even think about wildlife, but certainly there's the sea life. I was reading one of the communications that since water is 5 times the density of air, the sounds are even exacerbated for the sea life. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. I have a couple comments. So I've seen a drone show in the desert. It was in May, and the Kimpton Hotel had a big thing, and they had a really good drone show. But the weather, you know, like in May, and the weather in the desert is very predictable. It's sunny. It's sunny during the day, and it's really clear at night. So while I thought it was interesting, I'm a little bit. Here's my concerns. One is, you know, I don't know how the public is going to react because I've gone to a million, you know, I've gone to a bunch of people's houses, and I've gone to a lot of fireworks show in town, and a lot of people also bring their relatives come into town. So people bring people into town to watch the fireworks show. I'm a little bit concerned that if we just say, okay, we're not having fireworks this year, that we're going to get an uproar from the community. I'm a little bit concerned about that. On the other hand, I do understand the environmental implications because of all the smoke, and it's not the greatest. But so my thing would be, I would like to try it, but I'd like to try it on more of a limited basis. So my recommendation is to do the fireworks this year, and then maybe at the end of the summer, we do a scaled down drone show so that the residents can see what it actually is. And then maybe that, if people like that, we can convince them the following year to go with the drone show. Because and the other thing is I'm concerned is if we don't have fireworks and we have bad weather conditions and we have nothing, and I don't think that'll be very well received either. You know, people, as many times as we tell people not to shoot off fireworks, they do it every single year. I mean, I've lived up in the hills ever since I've lived here, and every year I call the police department because I hear somebody shooting off fireworks. It doesn't have anything to do with what goes on at Main Beach. It's just that's what people do on the 4th of July. Anyway, that's my thought.
I like change, so I'd be all for the drones. And I'd be okay with rolling the dice in the event that there's bad weather. I mean, just these things happen sometimes, but I would support it. I've, you know, followed this kind of technology online, and I've seen a lot of the different shows, and they're interesting. And, you know, we're Laguna, so we're supposed to be forward-thinking and creative, right? So I think it's appropriate for us to explore new territory.
Okay, I'm going to call on Alex.
Okay.
Alex, do you have any comments?
Awake?
Can I hear? I'm interested to see what Bob thinks.
Okay, Bob.
I'll go next in that case. I think what Mark said is we try something new. Redondo Beach has gone to drones, and so there's a number of cities, and I don't know how many, Jeremy, you can come up with, but it's not like we're blazing a trail here into the wilderness and going, well, what will residents think? Well, they've already thought, and they've accepted them in those cities. So my problem is with the smoke and the pollution of the ocean and the noise for the ocean animals as well. Shouldn't be doing that. And we don't see them very well because it typically is no wind on 4th of July, and that screen of smoke comes in front of the fireworks. They're continually being pushed out to the ocean. So I think we should try it this year and see how it goes, and you can always change it if it's not maybe too many complaints from residents, not tourists necessarily, and move back to it if necessary. Thank you.
Okay, Bob, since we're waiting for you.
My
Alex
turn?
is waiting for you.
My turn? Well, there is a list of cities here that have, on page 52 of the staff report, 52 and 53, actually Redondo Beach is going back to, they're not doing drones in 24, they're going back to fireworks. But there are a number of other cities that are doing the drones, Fountain Valley, Ocean Beach, Lake Tahoe's far away, and then some that they don't know about. But, I kind of, I'm fine with trying the drones. I do think it's, and it's a little bit late, I think, to be trying it, and I appreciate Sue's comments along those lines. I think we can try it, and we'll see how it works. I mean, logistically, I wish we had started earlier to do that analysis on it. Also, we get to customize the show to some degree, as I understand it. I mean, we could have had a fun, and maybe we could do this next year. We could have a fun process involving community members in terms of designing, what some of these drone elements might look like. I think we should do that next year. I don't know whether that's Arts Commission or somebody, if we're going to pursue it a second year. Probably don't have time for that this year. We're just going to have to run and try to get this thing done. So unless the fire department has any concerns with this from a logistics standpoint, or the police department, I'm willing to give it a try.
Okay, Alex, I'm back to you.
Yeah. So I think as I review this, I do think that we are late to the game here, and it's going to be for our residents. There is going to be questions about how this is going to proceed and everything. And I agree with Bob's comment about going forward, having the opportunity to really turn this into something truly great to celebrate our country and celebrate our city on the 4th of July. I think at the end of the day, this comes down to, protecting our environment and our wildlife, and, the impacts on ocean creatures is significant. The impacts on animals and is significant. The impact on veterans is significant with fireworks. So I'm willing to try this drone show out for this year. Going forward, I think hopefully we can really design this show in a way that addresses the needs of, or that's a really cool experience for residents and visitors alike, but of the ESC's recommendation for this year.
You have a comment? Okay, I think, Megan, you have a comment?
Mayor, just before a motion is made, as the assistant city manager noted, there is a CEQA action associated with this, so whatever the direction is, I'd recommend you direct staff, and we'll come back with a consent item just to confirm this so that we're all buttoned up.
Okay.
Jeremy, I just had a question for you. Next year, if, say, we want to do this and we want to customize it, that's more expensive, right? It also involves creating new software for these drones? Is that what, what's involved?
No, I mean, just generally they have, say, half dozen custom images that we could work on. I think if we want to increase that would increase the expense.
To our own images, let's say we want to spell out Laguna Beach or...
Yeah, absolutely.
Go Breakers or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Right.
And we'll look into the music thing as well, if that's the council's direction. We'll look into the music as well.
So on the CEQA, you just want the motion to say the staff will bring back a CEQA action, or do you want us to approve an action tonight on the CEQA?
I'd recommend you direct staff as to what way you're going, and we'll come back in the item. We'll come back to confirm your direction and have CEQA as part of that so that it's called out on the agenda.
Mayor, one other question.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, so approving this tonight, would this be, or I guess maybe this is my request, is that we make this a trial for 1 year so that the residents can sort of see how this works and then give us input and then come back next year and we can provide direction about whether we continue with this trial or whether we go back to the fireworks. Is that something that my colleagues would agree to?
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, can we get a motion?
I'd move the recommended action, number one, for 1B for the drone light show, and direct staff to come back to council with the appropriate CEQA documentation regarding that, and to incorporate Mayor Pro Tem Ranagi's recommendation that this be a one-year trial and that staff return to us, I would say earlier in the fiscal year than now, because if we're going to go with a drone show again, if that's the council's decision, there'd be time to adequately customize it for and involve the community and perhaps some of that. So that would be the third recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, go.
Roll call, Anne Marie.
Councilmember Orgill.
Yes.
Councilmember Weiss.
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ranagi.
Aye.
Mayor Kim.
Yes. Okay, that's 5. Okay, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes. Alex will be taking a break. Start again, everybody. Alex, are you there?
I'm still here.
Okay. All right, we're on to item number 9, which is the Promenade Ad Hoc Committee Work Plan. And we have Louis Locasella, who's our project manager, is going to give us an overview.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Louis Locasella, Senior Administrative Analyst. It is my pleasure to present to you for consideration this evening Agenda Item 9, which is the Promenade Ad Hoc Committee Work Plan. At the February 27th meeting, the City Council appointed the Mayor and Councilmember Orgo as the City Council Ad Hoc Committee for the Promenade and Forest Project. The City Council directed the committee to return to the City Council in April to provide a project update, which is the purpose of this agenda item tonight. The proposed scope of the committee is to collaborate with the community, staff, and consultants to identify the scope and constraints of the project and develop the process to advance the project through public engagement strategies, including public input. The committee plans to implement a comprehensive strategy for advancing the project, integrating public engagement methods to gather feedback from the community volunteers with diverse experience in a variety of fields, including community input workshops. The committee recommends engaging SWA, a local firm, as the project design consultant, as opposed to holding a design competition. The city has an existing on-call services agreement with SWA that can be utilized for this project. Some background on the project. The project is a pedestrian plaza in the downtown that provides a mix of uses, including outdoor dining, shopping, live entertainment, and community gathering space. It was approved by the City Council in 2020 during COVID and received positive feedback from the community. In response, there's been a desire to consider its long-term use. The committee has drafted a project description for the entire City Council's consideration, which reaffirms the project as a pedestrian plaza. The description is also available in the agenda report for further review. The committee has developed a tentative project work plan with milestones that I'll work towards achieving. And first on that work plan is tonight's meeting, presenting the project plan to the City Council and receiving input from the City Council and also the community. And then in May, the committee will form focus groups by topics, and we'll get into the makeup of the focus groups a little bit later in the presentation. And then in May and June, the focus group will hold its first meeting. And then also in June, the committee focus groups will receive a presentation and economic analysis by an outside consultant that will provide information to the committee and the focus groups in regards to retail sales, rental rates, and the retail market in the downtown as the city, comparing before the COVID pandemic and after, so there's a full understanding of the economic impacts of the promenade, of the closure of the street, and how it's impacting retail sales for businesses. And then the committee will receive an assessment by outside consultant regarding the existing trees and the downtown, their condition, etc. And then in July, the committee focus groups will start the process of reaching out to outside government agencies, starting with the California Department of Alcohol and Beverage, also known as ABC, to understand potential constraints associated with the project. The focus groups and committees will also work with the California Coastal Commission and other government agencies. That way, the committee and focus groups have a full understanding of all potential constraints that are on staff, the city, in regard to this project. And then in August, the committee, with input from the community, focus group, staff, and the consultant, will establish design goals for the project. And then in September, the design consultant will provide the committee focus groups with conceptual designs for consideration based on the project scope and description, and also taking into account those project constraints as provided by the Coastal Commission and ABC. And then in October, the committee focus groups will select design options to recommend to the City Council for approval. And then in November, the City Council will consider the design options by the committee and select one, and then staff would move forward with future design phases associated with the project. The committee has also, made it a foundational incentive element of this work plan for public engagement strategies to undergo a robust, extensive, comprehensive public engagement strategies. So there's going to be several components of that. First with focus groups, Focus groups will be made up of members that will provide the committee with feedback on the project in different groups and elements. First, starting with community members, providing their input as members of the community. Second, business owners that are located within the project area, their experiences, their observations. Architects, and then the art community, as art is proposed to be a component of the project. The Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce, Visit Laguna Beach, Planning Commission, and then other city council, other city commissions and boards. And then also the public will have additional opportunities through public workshops to provide input directly to the committee and in focus groups. These workshops will be presenting information that the committee is receiving as it works through understanding the constraints associated with the project and also receiving that economic development analysis and tree assessment from outside consultants. And then we'll also have a community survey, which will provide members of the public another opportunity to provide suggestions and input on the project. And then lastly, a project webpage. The project webpage will have up-to-date information on the project, the committee, the focus groups, the project plan, meeting dates, and opportunities for additional input for residents to provide comment. And then what we'll do is when we have the meeting dates set for the public workshops, we'll advertise those in advance through weekly city community letters and also provide those in advance on the project webpage. The fiscal analysis associated with this agenda item, the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget includes funding for the recommended actions, so no appropriation is recommended at this time by the committee. In the environmental analysis, the proposed action associated with this agenda report are not subject to the to CEQA. And with that, the recommended actions this evening is to receive an update from the City Council Ad Hoc Committee concerning the project work plan, reaffirm the project description as a pedestrian plaza, and then in lieu of holding design competition, utilize SWA, the local design firm, as the project's design firm via an existing on-call services contract the city has with them, not to exceed amount for $30,000. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the council, members of the public may have, and I know the ad hoc committee would have additional comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Great job at putting this together. And I just wanted to remind everybody that one of the things that, and Louis did a great job really laying this out in a way that provides everybody with as much information as possible. And I know we've received a lot of emails, and I've had several conversations with some of the folks that emailed regarding this, and we really did, our intent when we were putting this together was really to, our effort was to provide the community with as much detail as we possibly can at this juncture and make sure that everybody was assured that the community was going to be included. And once we have public comment, we can get into a little bit more discussion regarding that. But Louis, you want to, we did move a few things around that were outside of the original, what was published in the presentation that you just gave. And I think that there was a little confusion on page 4 of the original. It talked about public workshops, and it says opportunities for members of the community to provide input directly to the committee focus groups. And what we've done is we also, if you looked under the project team and public engagement process, there was focus groups, and there was no mention of the community in the focus groups. The public workshops in the community involvement was the following page. So we've actually made an adjustment on that, the focus groups, and now the community is directly involved in the focus groups as well. And I can talk further once we get through public comments regarding that and my thought process. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that we were making, all the efforts that we could to make sure that there's everybody is informed and aware of the process.
Mark,
Yeah, I have a couple comments.
go ahead.
Okay, so when we last talked about this at the council meeting, we decided we'd have a bake-off with maybe 3 different design firms. And then when Mark and I were appointed as a subcommittee, we talked about it, and we thought, well, why don't we just do it more simply? We have SWA here. And then we have, landscape architects, we have architects, we have, the arts community, we have business owners. And we thought, why don't we just do it, within the confines of our own city because we have a lot of talent here. So we decided to propose that we just go with SWA for this. Now, we put together, I'd say, kind of a high-level work plan. And one of the tricky parts of this, and as we're going to work through this, is that when would we have community workshops? So we want to make sure that when we have community workshops, we have concrete things to share. And some of the things that will guide a conversation are constraints. And one of the constraints would be, for example, what's underneath the street, and what does the infrastructure look like, and what would that allow us or not allow us to do? Another thing would be like the ABC. The ABC would dictate some level of design for the promenade. So when we get the information back on for example, a couple of these items, then we can come to you and say, look, here's the constraints. We have this problem or that problem underneath the street. The ABC says this, so we can't do that. So it gives people an idea, kind of a frame of reference to talk about. Right now, we're kind of at the greenfield, what I would call we used to call in the software business a greenfield, where you just start with a blank slate. But we need to get some detail in so that people can kind of understand what we can and can't do. We did have preliminary meetings with the retail owners on the street a couple of weeks ago or last week. That was a very productive meeting. We have had, kind of introductory discussions with the ABC, nothing concrete at all. But that's about as far as we've gotten. We haven't met with the restaurants or anything like that. We're just starting our work now. So that's kind of where we are. So we'd appreciate, comments on our work plan. But we do plan to have a lot of engagement. I would say probably 2 to 4 community workshops. So it's just hard to figure out right now where to fit these in. So that's why we didn't put them in here in terms of the schedule quite yet. But we will be doing that, and we'll have a lot of communication on this. So, anybody have questions?
Yeah, I have quite a few. The page 4, Mark, you mentioned earlier that the focus groups, I read them here: business owners, architects, art community, chamber, Visit Laguna, planning commission, other commissions and boards. I mean, the planning commission already had input previously, and Bob and directed council that the committee adopt those, or they would be adopted. I don't know what words. I guess that's going to come back. I don't see resident in here at all. You may have addressed that in your comments, but I just don't, why it isn't in the staff report is really funky, because residents, that word is not in the staff report. Nowhere, you can't find it.
Mike, I'll answer that question.
Please.
So, yes, it's not in the staff report. I've had several conversations with the community members, and Louis added it to the presentation that we just saw. And if you go to page 4, at the top of page 4 where it says public workshops, right there. See?
Okay. Yeah, I see the public workbook, but that I can't align with the actual, the process here you've outlined from April to November. You do have the June workshop focus groups, but you don't have workshops included in any of the stuff beforehand. What my feeling is that needs to be, this first process is to engage the public, because they're the biggest stakeholder. And the public is the resident.
That's why we
I know you added it, but it's like, really? At this late hour, at the 11th hour, you added it because some people called you. To me, it means there's an intent there that you didn't want to include the residents, and that bothers me. And also, you're the subcommittee, I understand that, and you were elected by the council.
I understand your suspicion, and if you allow me, I can address it.
Valid.
When I was working with Louis, and Sue was with us as well, but coming from my point of view, and I've erred, and that's why I adjusted it, but my thought process was, I was going to talk to the retailers, talk to the consultants, gather the data, and once I had the data and we understood those concerns, then the next step would be when we met with the community, we would be able to share that information with the community. I am willing, so keeping in mind, when I've done this in the past, it's, private sector, and I'm trying to now understand how best to go about this in the public process. So I was going about it in that methodology, just making sure that it was efficient. We gathered the information, we were able to present that information. This is going to be different and a little bit confusing in my mind, to be honest with you, because we are going to be meeting with the public without the benefit of that information as we go through the process, but we'll just bring the public along with us as we gather that information through the focus group process and then also into the public workshops. I hope that makes some sense, but it was not intentional. I was just merely reflecting back to my processes that I did while in the private sector. I did not have intentions to mislead the public, and I apologize if there was any misperception.
Thank you. My question there is this, there are two people on the council elected to make all these decisions. Who's on the focus group, who the business owners are, who the architects are, who's the art community, Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce, who are you going to select there? Planning, and then when you don't have is planning commission because it exists as it is, and I don't know what the other city commissions or boards on. So the power you two have to select and create these focus groups is enormous, enormous. And we already know, Mayor is she's an instigator of this thing, and I've supported it throughout. I've had my doubts about the permanent. I'd rather have a hybrid because a hybrid is easier, and we can see if it works or not. But we've given yourself enormous power, certainly a bias on the mayor's part to push this through as fast as we can. So I have a problem with this whole process in the way it's outlined here because it doesn't allow for the council it doesn't allow the council to make sure that it's fair that these focus groups, because those focus groups determine a lot of the outcome that's going to be what the promenade will look like. And there's no indication here in the staff report of whether it could be hybrid or not, because a lot of people, I have 50 pages of people's comments from letters they've sent and testimony they gave that they'd like to see a hybrid solution. They don't want the trees out. They don't want liquor all over. You're going to ABC to find out what you can do. And I know what that finding out is. That's to determine whether you can have liquor all over the promenade, and so there's not any fences around the restaurants. And I think that's just crazy to have liquor all over the promenade, to even see if it's possible. I don't think it is. And I have a problem with even going to them to ask that question. We should know that already.
Well, we should know that already?
Well, yeah. I mean, ABC is easy to contact, and you could tell them you have a promenade, and you ask them.
No, that's not actually accurate.
Let me just
go off. You're going
we
off.
We have had a conversation with the ABC, but in my mind, that's a bit the cart before the horse. And the reason that we're reviewing this evening is to gather input from other council members and the public. So, and it's a fair, to have a discussion on who's going to be in these focus groups and how they're going to evolve and how we're going to proceed. That's what this is about. The intent of this document is to share and try to update the community on where we're at currently and ideas on moving forward with the project. So keep that in mind.
I understand the intention. I just think the intention is really the execution is by two people on the council, one of which has supported this, initiated it without really public input at all. Because of COVID, great. We say we help the restaurants and maybe we help the retailers. They don't think we've helped them very much, and they're here tonight to talk about that.
And I understand that concern, and what I think that the value of this effort and this new ad hoc committee is that we're making an honest effort, I'm making an honest effort to engage and involve the community.
I think you are. I appreciate that. But there's so many missing elements of this form focus groups by topics. Who will do that? How many groups? What are the topics?
Well, hopefully I can answer some of your questions.
Well, I would have expected it in the staff report, the scope of the work.
Well, I would like to take responsibility, and
Okay.
it's not. Louis has done a great job, and there are some things that need to be ironed out and vetted as we go through this process. And some of these things get adjusted as you gather information and data. And you need to be able to be a bit fluid as you work your way through these kinds of projects.
I don't disagree with all of that. We've also gotten comments from the public heavily on tree removal, and tree removal seems to be one of the topics of this staff report, saying let's evaluate all the trees. Well, we did that. We know there's a couple that need to be removed if we did something. We heard about that in January, I believe. So I'm not sure why we want to go back to removal of trees or even thinking about
we're
that.
not, the removal of the
Evaluation.
trees.
Again, another evaluation of the trees.
I think that we've heard the community's input preliminarily on the trees, and in talking to the gentleman Sean from SWA, I think that there's a great likelihood that the majority of trees, by far the majority, are going to be fine, and we're going to be there's not going to be an opportunity to supplement and add to that, and even give it more of the forest look that it deserves. What this is about tonight is we're not trying to convey or any specifics right now. We're trying to talk about the process. So in the future, when we do have meetings and the communities involved and the different people, we call them focus groups, and we'll talk about that in more detail. Of course, everybody could weigh in and talk about some of the specific details, such as the trees. And one of the things that I do think that's become very evident to me is meeting with some of the retailers on the street is that the current configuration that was always meant to be temporary because of COVID, and it was primarily meant to accommodate and save the restaurants and those bullpens, whatever we want to call them, are notably disruptive to the flow and to the whole street, and it's not been advantageous by any means to the retailers. And I think that there's a lot of room for improvement. I think that we, the city, could have done a better job managing the aesthetics and the maintenance of the promenade in its temporary form. And I think that there's been some anxiety that's developed since it's been installed because of the fact that the way it's been managed, and I apologize for that. I think we can do better once it's permanent, and we have it designed, and I think we can tether some rules to the new design and have set expectations for the restaurants as far as their participation and how they maintain their operations. And I think we could hold their feet to the fire. So I think that there's a way that we can really overcome a lot of the frustrations that we see today and we're experiencing today with its current condition. And I think a lot of that's going to be able to be flushed out through the public engagement.
I hope so. My concern is that the history of this has been pretty bad, and Council directed City Manager Tom Charest to come up with a proposal that would be permanent and one that would be temporary, where the curbs aren't taken away, and then they came back and said, well, that's not possible. We're not going to do that. Sorry. Even though council didn't vote to say no and eliminate one of the options. So what haven't happened here is haven't listened to the public say, maybe we want a hybrid. We haven't allowed that option. We haven't had enough discussion even to know whether the public wants that option, whether that's a good option, and why not try it initially instead. We haven't even considered it. The two options are all permanent, one with trees gone, the other with trees some not gone, remove the curbs. So I don't think the public here has trusted the process that has happened, and we should start from the beginning and engage the public first. And the business owners that are on the promenade.
The intent of this is, in fact, to engage the public. And I would like to make another comment before we get started. I know I'm hogging up all the time here. I apologize. SWA is a planning firm. Sean, I don't know if he's out there somewhere. And one of the reasons why I think that it was interesting and I supported pivoting from the design competition is when you work with a planning company like SWA, they're not they typically work on, a larger project and in the planning phases of it. So they're used to working with multiple architects for one project, right? Because they're not doing the architecture, they're doing the planning. So they have the right temperament going into this and the right, they're going to be able to receive the information in such a way, I think it's going to really benefit us all because they're not project specific and they're used to accumulating data from multiple architects for one area. And I think that will be very advantageous to us. And the reason I bring that up now is because originally we talked about opening this up for a competition and bringing in 3 firms. But to me, that was repeating, a mistake that I think we could avoid, and we are avoiding it. Now we're using the talent of local folks that, nobody understands Laguna like all of our local talent. So those people will work with SWS, SWA. SWA will in fact be the gatekeeper and accumulating all of that data and information and instructing and helping us see how it can be best applied to the project. But again, what we have in front of us tonight is, the process, and its intent is to engage the community.
Let me just remind the public and the council that SWA was hired to help with the Downtown Action Plan, and they were okay with removing 118 trees. Thank you.
Okay, Alex, do you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
Okay, Bob, any questions? Okay, let's open the public hearing.
Mayor Kemp, my name is Gene Felder. I live at 2680 Park Avenue. I'd like to address the council as an individual, and I hope you would change your mind on holding a design competition. I attended the Planning Commission meeting where they discussed the 2 designs. One design had a straight path, and one had a curvy path. It was a very long meeting. The planning commissioners spent a lot of time, and offhand, it was a complete waste of time. As far as getting community input to what? The Lower Forest Avenue is a very important historic area, a very important economic area for Laguna Beach. We need some good ideas. We need creative ideas. There may be some ideas out there that you haven't thought of. You open up to design competition, and I wouldn't skimp on the number, to have then some alternatives for the public to respond to have the people in your group, to have the Chamber of Commerce to respond to have landscape architects to respond to. Have a couple of alternatives. The more the merrier. It's a very important area. I think it's a very poor idea to not have the design competition. Thank you.
Hi, Michelle Monda. I first want to say that I am 1,000% in support of kind of putting the brakes on here. We have never really agreed that this should be done on a permanent basis. I have, from way back when, advocated for a promenade, but I've always wanted one that had bollards, that we could have a promenade on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights, have stuff going on. But during the week, we would still have a street, or at the very least, a half a street. That's how they do it in Europe. They have restaurants that go out into the sidewalks, and they make that work. But listening tonight and having read the staff report, and Mark, thank you for adding that in about the community being a part of a focus group, because that was my observation too. There were no references to residents, absolutely none until the workshops. But that's too late. That's not really getting buy-in. I have a solution. I've thought about this because this has really bothered me that the residents have been excluded. Currently, on your project team, you have the ad hoc committee, the city project manager, and the consultants. My suggestion is to form a resident expert committee. Get experts. So I don't know how you make that decision, but I would say get people, have them submit their resumes, have them say why they want to be on this committee, and then have an unbiased group of people or somebody, not the committee, but maybe the whole city council could get together and decide which one of these city experts should be sitting on this city expert, a resident expert committee. I think you can use that for a lot of things here in town. We have unbelievable talent. I sat and listened to the people trying to get on the commissions and was blown away by the resumes and the backgrounds of these people. We have them here. Use them. Don't put on people who have no, like me, oh yeah, I love it, I hate it, not that. I'm talking about people with exact expertise in this area. And we've got them. They're willing to serve for free, and I say utilize them. You really have missed the boat when you haven't included residents like that, because I think that would help you with their expertise. It would help you make decisions. So by including residents in that project team, you would strengthen your ability to say, we have gotten residents involved. We've heard you. We want to be responsible. And I'll live with whatever everybody comes up with. But you need to have those experts. Thank you.
Ready? Go. Good evening, Council. Les McCloskey again, top of the world. I want to take you back 14 years. But first, I want to thank everybody for having the tenacity to stick with this and the perseverance to try and make this work, at least experiment with it. Let's see how we can make it better. Because I see the core of the problem here is that we don't understand what the requirements of this project are before we start throwing designs out and hybrids and left and right. Let's figure out everything and write it down, and this is what we're going to stick to. So I'd like to take you back 14 years to the parking day, September 2010. We collaborated with the city. Transition Laguna was there. They rolled up the sidewalks, kept the cars out, bagged all the meters. We put out AstroTurf on the ground, couches, chairs, seating, furniture, to find out what this would look like if we've traded community space with the parking space. See what that looks like. Let's find out what the intensity looks like. If you remove the urban intensity, what does that actually feel like? And the third thing, which is critical, and I haven't seen it yet, is how do you substitute for all those people that came there normally with a car? You have to develop the alternative transportation systems, the walking, the biking, especially transit. Transit's number one. Those elements provide people a substitute for using their automobiles. So that's what we did 14 years ago. That demonstration was to get that feel, to get it started. In 2000, when we wrote a 2030 vision plan, it says in there in two places, pedestrian plaza. It says pedestrian zone. So it's there. It's also in the general plan. I'll mention it now. It's like 56 times in the policy document itself. It says pedestrians. Pedestrians is part of this town. So, yeah, I got a 2-page critique in 3 minutes. Can't get there. But let's see what's happened. We tried 2 other experimental plazas. They both have mediocre failures because we didn't understand what the requirements were going in. We bought furniture and chairs and threw it in there and let's see what happens. No. You need to define your requirements. You need to define what the success criteria is. This is like a mission to the moon, and I've done those. And this is just like this. Go where no man's gone before. That's what this thing is. So with that, I didn't give you half of what I wanted to talk about, but in conclusion, thank you for the committee to at least start bringing people into these discussions. There are experts all over this town, and they haven't been heard from, and we could really benefit from using them. thank the council again for perseverance, and let's see where this goes.
Les,
I'm encouraged. Thank you.
Les, with the rest of your comments, why don't you just email them to us when you get a chance?
I'll leave it here.
Okay, that's good.
I will email as well.
Okay,
thank
thanks.
you.
Ann Kane, President of Village Laguna. Mayor and council members, because we want to keep up to the time, Johanna will read the second half of our letter. The report of the subcommittee is disappointing since it does not address the concerns that were raised at the last hearing. There were many speakers who had serious reservations about proceeding with a design for a completely closed Lower Forest Avenue. Yet this report addresses those concerns by asking that the council, quote, reaffirm the promenade on Forest project description as a pedestrian plaza, unquote. Those speakers wanted a fair assessment of alternative approaches, including the following. 1, returning the street to its former condition with through traffic and parking while projecting schemes for beautification and landscaping. 2, hybrid schemes with some outdoor seating and some parking through access. 3, allowing the public pedestrian use of the space for special events and evening hours while keeping parking and through access at other times. 4, the promised alternative that keeps the curbs, gutters, and existing trees in place, a reversible scheme. In order to have a fair process and address valid concerns, the council should not reaffirm support for a pedestrian plaza, completely closed to vehicles and parking. A fair evaluation and analysis must precede any such affirmation. The closing of the street was done under COVID provisions with no CEQA compliance required. Now that the council is proceeding to permanent design, it is time to do the environmental studies and analyzing the impacts and alternatives.
The wording of the staff report seems to say we are starting with an existing promenade and are just looking for how to improve it or make it permanent. We should be starting with the street the way it was as a baseline and evaluate whether to return it to a street again as well as other options. The report doesn't say what we will do with the economic analysis in comparison to other cities. Who is that consultant? How much and from what funds are they being paid? Is the report from the economic consultant intended to assume the concerned public that retail economics there are just fine even though the street is closed? There are similar questions regarding the tree evaluation consultant. Who chooses the trees evaluator? How are they paid? Will there be a peer review? How are the focus groups formed? How do members of the public participate? How are the focus groups formed? How do members of the public participate if they are not chosen from a focus group? We support a task force model with all meetings open to the public instead of an ad hoc committee approach, which allows council members to meet privately and limit public participation. SWA is a well-respected national firm. However, they are the ones who prepared the Downtown Action Plan that proposed to remove almost all the trees in Lower Forest and in the whole downtown. To us, they have not demonstrated their commitment to preserving and protecting the features that make up Laguna's village character. Village Laguna is committed to preserving the Laguna Village character, and we hope you are too. And this is a serious concern. Please rethink the approach to resolving the promenade's future in light of these comments. Thank you for your consideration.
I'm taking a pro tip from Joanna next time, going with the 24-point font. I'm Mark Christie. I'm a lifetime resident. I own 3 buildings and 2 businesses on that first block of Forest. I am a supporter of the promenade big time, but not in its current configuration or design. I support what it can and will be. The current version, to me, is far too dedicated to a few restaurants, too many tables, fences, tents, heaters, and barriers that interrupt sight lines, they interrupt the flow, and they disrupt the general vibe of the block. On a scale of 10, I would say it's currently a 2 or a 3, but I know we can make it a 10 with great design and programming. In my mind, in 5 years, this thing should look like it's been there 100, like these buildings were built on this natural little park area. No vibe right now. I mean, there's no there. The ranch has a patio, and when I bought the place, it was an example of a place that had no real vibe. Here's this patio, it's beautiful back there, but there was nothing happening. We reimagined it, and now it's a place where the locals in this town bring their guests and their families to just enjoy Laguna, right? It's a genuine, authentic, simple, casual, elegant vibe out there. Even though we're a resort hotel, most of the people out there are locals. It's just a cool place to relax. It feels like Laguna. And the promenade can be that. The key is authenticity, quality, and Laguna style. It needs to be organic. It needs to have trees. The trees need to be above a sight line for a pedestrian walking around. It needs to have art. It needs to have subtle lighting. It needs to have acoustic music. It needs to have a Laguna blend of funk and function. And I'd also love to see sidewalk plaques celebrating the locals who have made this town what it is. Should have James Dilley, should have Jack Norworth, wrote Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Should celebrate our plein air artists. It should celebrate Lorna Mills from Laguna Federal Savings, the first female bank president in the country of a bank that size. It should celebrate Hobie Alter, who started an international brand from a garage on Gaviota. And it should, and our Green Belt and Blue Belt heroes, many of whom are here tonight. Main Beach Park was controversial. It was fought for years, and now it's a defining spot in Laguna Town. This will be that source of pride. As for businesses, give me 5 seconds. I can tell you that I own businesses in Dana Point, San Clemente, same types of businesses. Laguna fared better. When things went down, we went down less. When things went up, we went up more. Real world, month over month, year over year data. My entire career, I've tried to do right by this town. That has done so much for me. Let's do this. We can make this amazing.
I have a question for you, Mark.
Yes, sir.
So I believe Morris Skandarian worked on the ranch crew, is that correct?
The famous Morris Skandarian.
Yes.
I believe I saw him here earlier, yeah.
And you had a couple local artists, at least George Dubin, I know, did
Correct.
some work on the patio
Right.
area and some
Yeah.
of the. So would you agree that we definitely have the talent in town to work on this as a community?
We have a ridiculous abundance of talent in Laguna. Yeah, it's amazing, the people that are here in virtually every genre.
Thank you.
Do I start it or will start its own?
It starts, Charmaine, it starts itself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Charmaine. My family owns the Shoe Cellar, which has been in business since 1949 on Forest in its current location. It's always been a family business. My dad's been running it for 30 years. This is actually its 75th year. My parents have dedicated their lives to building this business. I do want to add something about what I call long-distance locals. Now, these long-distance locals might come from out of state, or they might just come from inland. Some of them might come from Lake Forest, but some of them have been shopping at our store for 50 years. Some of them are obviously older, and I do think that they need to be taken into consideration in terms of access to the retail stores in these discussions. I think it's really important. I've been doing, ever since Mayor Kemp, thank you for coming to visit us, a sort of informal survey, just asking people, so how do you feel about the promenade? And I won't get into all of that. You've all been doing your own surveys, but one thing I did find interesting is I found that some customers said, well, I came by a couple of times over the last month, but I left because I couldn't get parking, so I'm here today. So I do think that in terms of the retail stores on Forest, it is really important to consider that people have access. And I don't just mean long-distance locals, I also mean locals. When it's quiet, like today, we had all local business because they could park pretty easily. But if it's a busy time, they don't come downtown, they'll go somewhere else. Our stores downtown, as Mark was saying, are dedicated to Laguna. My dad, for those of you who knew him, he would be there in the morning, and he would be there until 9, 10 o'clock at night. I've had customers call him the barbershop pole of Laguna Beach. He's a really great guy. I'm sorry he's not here tonight to talk to you. And in terms of the trees, and going back to the vibe, which I think is a great point, the trees are part of Laguna. I found a postcard in a shoebox sent to my dad when he was in the Peace Corps and he was stationed in India, dated 1966, from Laguna Beach. And the person who sent it to him is someone he befriended in India who was visiting Laguna. And it said, I hope you get to come to paradise on earth. So Laguna has always been, and I have that postcard somewhere, I should bring it in and put it up somewhere. Laguna's always been a special place to people. And I do hope that you're all taking that into account. And the stores are a big part of that. We're families behind those stores. And as Sue knows, I was teaching from the back of the store to make sure we kept our store up and running during the pandemic to be there for Laguna. Thank you.
Thanks, Charmaine.
So Mark screwed me up. I had this all written out, and now I got to change it, and I don't do that well. Well, your change, my point was the change that you made, that there was not meaningful resident involvement in the focus groups. And so now I'll just blather on a little bit. So my thinking was there's clearly been a lot of thought into the proposed work plan, and many of the elements of the plan are very good. As termed in the staff report, using the community's proficient volunteers with diverse expertise in relevant fields, that makes sense for this project. Involving local architects is good. Involving the Planning Commission is good. If you're involving a professional like SWA to moderate the process of establishing design criteria, that's good. But my point was what's lacking is meaningful resident involvement in the process. And by the way, since I think what I heard you say is you're going to do that, I don't want to be the guy that doesn't take yes for an answer, so that's good. Again, my thinking behind this was the public has repeatedly assured that this project is for the residents and not all about tourists. But the focus groups and staff report before the change lists just about every local constituency except residents. There should be no focus group with more influence on the outcome than the residents, the people who live here. Special interest groups like the Chamber, the arts community, and local business groups should have a voice. But they are special interest groups with special interests. And even if many of the members of those groups are Laguna residents, if there's in this work plan, the people in those groups are being asked to be involved wearing their special interest hats. So again, my point was to urge you to include in the focus group residents and community groups without a business interest, and I think you've just done that, so that's good. One miscellaneous comment is you're driving for the, I see the program is to drive for the August criteria. Your item for August is the committee will establish the design goals of the project. So you're not drawing anything, as I understand it. You're developing the criteria. And you can ask the residents without a sheet of paper what the criteria should be, and then you can design to that criteria. And when you show them a drawing, if it meets the criteria, you should have buy-in. Anyway, I have one other thing. I'm going to try to do this quickly. It's not mentioned. The economic analysis referred to in the plan needs to look at both costs and benefits. It's too easy for studies like this to be just eyewash about increase of revenue with no consideration of costs. The analysis needs to be analysis of costs and benefits. It should address impacts on local businesses, but also impacts on city government services, city facilities, city budgets. And there should be public involvement in review of the economic process, whether that be by the city audit committee or some focus group assembled for that purpose. And one last comment, it just kind of dawned on me. You know, part of the reason that I think you get so many people so involved in this is, you know, many people think of Lower Forest as the heart of Laguna, and you guys are doing heart surgery. So this is important stuff. Anyway, thanks.
Thanks, John.
Hello, Carrie Reynolds. I'm a marketing consultant and I do consumer research for a living. So my two thoughts, or I should teach her how to turn that off, is my three thoughts. One is focus groups are qualitative. So whoever's moderating and who's ever sitting there trying to decide, George is against this. I can hear it from the beginning. Sue, I know, has been forward and done her homework. So if George listened to a focus group, he'd hear one thing and Sue would hear the other.
Let me correct that. I'm not against focus
I'll finish
groups.
and then you can.
I'm not against focus group. I never said that.
George, you can't, don't interrupt. Okay.
I didn't say that.
Let's
I
not
didn't say you were
interrupt the
against focus
speakers.
groups. I'm saying if you were sitting in the focus group, you'd hear something different because focus groups are qualitative. So there are a lot of people that come to speak. It's a little bit of an echo chamber at City Council. There are 12,000 or so households who sit at home and trust you all to do this. You have subcommittees, you do the homework. There are a lot of limitations to doing what you want to do on the promenade. I highly support the promenade. I highly support the City Council to be able to make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, City Council, for your hard work. I'm Bill Hoffman, longtime resident. I'd like to make 4 points about the promenade. First of all, the promenade is a great idea for Laguna. It's very popular with many residents and visitors. It's the only car-free space we have where people can truly relax. I think every town ought to have a plaza or a pedestrian space. I think that's why people like to go to Mexico. So many people like the promenade already, even though the design, the temporary design, is getting a little bit jaded and old. People like it. They have a good time down there. I can't imagine returning to cars. Forest Avenue is just too narrow for diagonal parking. During the summer, it's really a nightmare. This is too important to block to bring the cars back. Regarding those who believe that citizen input has been minimized, I read the staff report. We have focus groups, public workshops, community surveys, ad hoc committee. This sounds like a lot of participation to me. I'm afraid we're going to participate ourselves to death. I turned 73 recently, and I've been working on this promenade for a long time. I respect the passion of all the citizens, but I think it's time to move forward. We had a workshop about a year and a half ago when the consultant presented a design, but instead of people actually giving ideas about the promenade, they had objections to it and nothing got done. So I urge you, as we have these workshops, to have a staff member there to make sure that the public gives input and stays on task, because I thought the public had opportunities. We've had a lot of opportunities to participate. We're going to have more opportunities. I like one letter that I read about a gentleman who said the workshops should come before the ad hoc committee, which is developing the design. But it sounds like we are doing that. We've made that flexible change. That only makes sense to me. This could be so beautiful for our community. I love there's so much talent here. I love the fact that you have a local consultant at all of our talent. And I have this one idea for the promenade I think would be really cool. The area by PCH would be an ocean theme. The area in the middle would be about art, which is our DNA. The area closest to Glenary would be about the green belt. We have the blue belt, art, and the green belt. It would be so wonderful for our town. So please move this process forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Greg McGillivray, and I want to say that Barbara and I have been in town all our lives, and we support this promenade enthusiastically, and agree particularly with Bill and Mark Christie. With all of the design elements that we have in town, we can make this far better. I would just want to point out one thing. As a photographer, I'm always looking for scenic areas, places to take a great shot. The promenade now doesn't have very many. In fact, it may not have any. But right out here, Greg Abel just designed a planter wall around the famous pepper tree here in front of City Hall. I want you to, every one of you, to go out and look at it afterward. It was produced with donations from city members, community members, not with dollars from the city. Greg threw his time in. There's a little place for children to sit and talk to people as they walk by, right underneath the tree. So just go out there and look at it. We need little elements like that at the promenade, much like Mark Christie said. Make it like his ranch is in the patio there, where it's really inviting. There's a lot of things that you can do there at the promenade that will make it a magnet for every Laguna Beach resident. Now, Barbara and I are lucky because we live close to town, and so we walk downtown almost every day. And so we adore the promenade. We adore the outdoor dining. We adore the idea that you can run into friends and sit down and talk to them for a while. It's just one of those great community meeting spots, or like Bill just said, and one of those focus spots where you can have a community get-together. The Laguna Beach Symphony Band can perform. The school groups can perform music. The music that goes on there during the weekends, we love. And so it's just a really wonderful thing. It sounds like what you're doing tonight is affirming the need for it and the want of it, but trying to figure out the process to get to the right design. And I salute you for doing that. It's worth the trouble to get the right design, just like everyone has said before me. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Greg.
Hi, all of you. I'm Alice from the Shoe Cellar. We've been there more than 30 years. I hope to see all of you at the shoe store. I've heard a lot tonight from people who stated very eloquently about the promenade. It's very general, though. What is the promenade? It's life, it's energy. Right now, there is no energy over there. We've lived with the so-called promenade for 2 years now. And being right in the center of it, we see the energy has sapped away because people from across the street cannot see the stores on the other side of the street. So, for heaven's sake, do not take away those trees. Trees are what make the place beautiful. Add to the trees, add flowers, add pots, add whatever you want, but do not take away the trees. And in terms of the promenade, your main focus, it's Laguna Beach, you have the ocean right there. And that's where the emphasis should be. And the businesses should be encouraged to stay open, offer a diverse selection for people to come in. We're all aging right now, and there's no parking. There's no parking for the boomers. When it rains, who wants to walk in the rain? So it all sounds wonderful to come there and have a coffee. Right now, only the restaurants are benefiting because they've taken over the streets. The businesses also have to add or be part of that energy. So that's what I want to see. I would love and support everything you say, so long as you do not hurt your main, the blood of the place. Retail businesses, a mix of retail and restaurants and art and all of that. Even the art walk has lost its verve that it had once a month. I don't see people coming down anymore. Why is that? We see a lot of tables and chairs, but there's no excitement there. So bring back the excitement, and I'm sure everything will be a success. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Well, Judy Mancuso. So originally, when we decided to close it up because of COVID, that made sense to me. And then afterwards, I think it would have been nice to try some different things. And one thing that a lot of people talk about is on the weekend, having the farmer's market in that area and using the farmer's market parking lot as a parking lot, but then bringing all the produce and everything into Forest, because people are coming to the farmer's market to spend money. So therefore, they're in shopping mode. And so originally, it would have been nice to try something maybe 5 days a week. We can park there, we can shop there, and then maybe on the weekend it gets shut down. And this is when we have these markets and, pop-ups and vibrancy and, bringing that excitement back. So I think this project has gotten too big and bloated. And looking at this plan, it's like, are you kidding me? This is a very small stretch of space. And I'll have to give Jeremy some kudos here. We could have Jeremy project manage that thing. We don't need a big bloated SWA consulting, no disrespect to them, but we don't need them. And we could do a committee, just like the one I'm on, the ESC. You guys could create a committee that would have architects, it would have restaurants, businesses, Village Laguna, everybody, the opposing views, the alike views, everybody on it. And then like Les says, Les and I think alike because we both come from engineering backgrounds, but he nailed it. It's like, okay, what is it that we want to create? Let's talk about how we're going to do it. It's hardscape, it's landscape. Bring in more trees, more plants. Let's, create some CO2 and carbon or take the carbon out. And what do we want this thing to be? And it's not that big, and we shouldn't be spending millions and tens of millions and taking months and months and months and all these processes. So I agree with Mark. It could have a very cool vibe. It can have special furniture when we use it and lighting. But honest to God, this project plan is way too big and bloated, as I said at the beginning, and it's going to cost way too much. So downsize it, make it happen sooner, and give some thought to maybe that it's only there over the weekend to accommodate some of the shops that would like people to pull up and park in front of them and shop. Thank you.
Hi, Tony Eisman. I'd like to probably finish talking about an unintended consequence, but I'll start also by talking about learning from others. Boulder, Carmel, San Luis Obispo, there are probably promenades in many, many places, and I think first and foremost we need to do some research and learn from them, learn what worked there and what the mistakes were. I watched the last time this was discussed, and the merchants, almost to the person, had concerns about how it affected their business. And someone pointed out that it really helped the restaurants. But I'm going to go directly to unintended consequences. If it takes a long time to make this promenade work, and it's a construction site, we're in a tsunami area, the streets are like this, they're way too, are we going to take out the sidewalks? How many of those businesses will survive a long time construction when people aren't down there? I think we start from the standpoint of we're threading a needle. You have to do it in such a way that the merchants will benefit, not suffer, because it's a tough season for all businesses. And what good would a promenade do if we didn't have those businesses? That is the heart of our community, and it would be a real shame. So I guess minimizing, not necessary, but maybe what we'll end up doing is doing that. But if you wonder why residents are feeling uncomfortable, it's because they really have not been listened to. And I think that it's important that you have the merchants and the residents, and you come together on that with the benefit of other communities and how it works. But a grandiose promenade is not going to benefit any of us. It's for us. And when we hang out there, the visitors like to hang out there with us. And it's a soulful place, and we have to do it right. One of the things about music is I remember hearing a local merchant saying, if we're closing a deal on jewelry and there's something going on outside so you can't even have a conversation, you have to put the music someplace where it doesn't interfere with certain businesses. You have to figure out how to have the promenade look appealing for people who drive by. But please worry about your unintended consequence.
Hi, council members. My name is Donna Ballard. I'm a longtime resident, an architect in town, and an arts commissioner, and I am 100% in favor of the promenade. I have heard many people through the years compare Laguna Beach to European cities, and they like the charm and all of that. And what do many European cities have? Walking streets and pedestrian walkways that make the center of their town what they are and make people like to go there. Granted, we have a temporary situation now, but once this is designed and installed, it'll become the jewel of this town. I don't doubt it. We will have plenty of public input. As you see tonight, this town has an overabundance of that perhaps. And I think actually most of the people speaking here tonight are talking about design, and that's not what you're talking about tonight, is just establishing 3 general guidelines to go forward, and I'm in support of that. Thank you.
Gee, for the 4th time this evening, counting the Arts Commission meeting, I'm here. This is the most you'll see me in one night ever. The promenade, all the surveys show that 95% of the residents of Laguna Beach love it, love it. Village Laguna folks have been trying to kill it from day one and have been successful at that for 20 years. Finally, we have a temporary thing down there, and we have a chance to make it world class. If there's a committee designing it, if there's a group of concerned citizens who get to design it, it's going to be dumbed down, just like how do you describe an elephant? It'll be dumbed down. If you want world class, we have a world class citizen in Laguna Beach right now. His name is Adam Schwimmer. He's in charge of all the landscape and hardscape for Disneyland and the Disney resorts. He's on the Arts Commission. Before Disneyland, he was in charge of all the parks and recs and buildings in Chicago, where the design stuff he does insanely great. Before that, he's head of the Botanical Gardens in New York City. I've been to the installation he was invited to do at the Atlanta Botanical Gardens a few years ago. They paid $800,000 to put up what he recommended, which was won every award there is to win. I saw recently something he did in the Descansa Gardens in northern LA, different things, world class. If a city wants something world class, and he is world class, he knows hardscape, landscape, where to put music, where to put silent areas, where to put seating areas, where to have outdoor dining. He already knows that. And if you want world class, let him design it and make no changes. That's world class. You think Frank Gehry would let sit. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Good evening, Ann Chrisman. I'm a resident in town, and I also have a business down on Forest Avenue, which has been hurt by the promenade. It was a great idea in 2020 due to COVID, and I think most of the restaurants or most of the residents were for it, and because it was a way to bail out the restaurants, and everybody was very excited about it. I think things have changed. And as Mark said, you know, he likes change and be open to change. And I would ask the city council to be open to change. Maybe what was good 4 years ago is not good now. And I would just ask that you rethink that. People always ask me, do you like the promenade? And I will tell them, and I say, well, what do you think of it? 99% say, I never go there. There's no parking. What is at the promenade? Why would I go to the promenade? So I would like the city to address that something that we haven't talked about much is the cost. And I think that the residents, we're talking millions of dollars. And I think the city tonight you should be able to rattle off the cost, just like we know what the drones and what the fireworks are gonna cost us. It's $250,000 approximately per year for maintenance. I remember when we first did this, they talked about the parking and how much we were losing from parking. I'm $500,000, $400,000, I think more, $500,000, probably more. So there you have $750,000 we are losing right now, and look what we have. So imagine when we really have to maintain something that's bigger, and you're talking about a 1-block area in the city. It's so small. It's crazy. And then what's it going to cost to put it in? I think I saw something that said $3.3 million, something like that. And if anybody who has built knows that 3.3 easily becomes 4+. And how much have the consultants cost us so far? Hundreds of thousands of dollars, couple $100,000, $100,000, a $150. We're doing another 30. I don't know. You guys should be able to do that. But I think that the city, the residents, the taxpayers should be able, this is a big project and they should be able to vote, but I don't think anybody knows. I think the people that say, oh, I don't care, I don't ever go down there, if you said, well, did you know that millions of dollars is being spent? But maybe Mr. Smith, who has a project in the city, in the building department, it's taking 1.5 years, maybe that money could have been spent to hire more planners, or we could do something else with the money. Maybe then some of those residents might care to get more involved. I think it's a lot that we don't know. And boy, Tony, you hit the nail on the head when you said the construction. The one time you guys, 2 days, building this new platform, killed my business. Construction guys all over. I can't even imagine what the big project would do. So thanks for that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ann.
I don't want to browbeat you, but this whole project started off in the wrong way. We began with a city survey that was done in 2021, and it had 9 words in it. It said, converting Lower Forest Avenue to a permanent pedestrian plaza. It was 9 words. The number of, just to get an idea, there were 2,700 households that were sent out the survey of residents. 553 completed the survey. 553 people. The business survey they sent out to 2,307 businesses. 186 replied. That's the foundation on which we have gone forward with this project. And unfortunately, it has not been done in the way that Laguna Beach used to be in the past. You all remember, we used to have task forces that would bring together experts it has been done. It's not rebuilding the wheel. And that will bring people together who can, in a proper way, determine what the direction should be. I'm sorry that you guys got saddled with this ad hoc committee when we've already bumped, it's like bumper cars. We had the first focus group. The presidents weren't allowed to talk. We had a second focus group. All we could do was scribble on the two designs. It went before the Planning Commission. Steve Kellenberg, who's the chair pro tem, when he was expressing his frustration because there were only two designs that were put in front of him, and he said, these are his words, he said, it's for tourists. That promenade is not going to be for residents. You've listened to a couple of businesses. I hope that you've taken the time to read the written communications from people, because there's dozens of them. And they make sense. And we need to back up. Honest to God, how are we going to go forward? You don't know what's underneath that ground. You don't know what the water table is. You don't know what's going to happen when we have a flood down there if you take away the sidewalk. This should be tabled. I know there's been many, many, many hours that have been expended. I think it's been a waste of time, because look where we are right now. You don't, oh, I didn't know I was done. Just saying, reconsider this thing. We're down a path of destruction. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Hogue, and I'm sure we all appreciate this get-together. So first of all, I'd like to say I love the concept of the promenade. I go there almost every day, spend money, talk to friends, and my favorite thing to see is toddlers. Parents take their toddlers there for their first steps. And the daddy's holding the baby like this, and mommy backs up with the camera, and they let the baby go, and the toddler goes. And that toddler is so happy, he's walking. It's just beautiful. I can't believe how beautiful it is. So it seems to me our first step can be, should be, a written document exactly what we want the plaza to do. It must honor the landowners. It has to honor the shopkeepers. In other words, they're all thinking we're going to make more money. It has to honor the residents and the out-of-town visitors, young and old. They all have to see a benefit to go there. That's that. The planning process needs to be non-political, nonpartisan, with a request for proposals, and we know how to do that, international if possible. Every proposal is a 32 by 24 poster with a drawing or a rendering on it. Then each person that wants this job, they have a 3-legged wooden easel, and they set it up on Forest Avenue all the same day at the same time, and the judges, I don't know who the judges are, they pick a winner. That's that. And then this landscape architect is going to have enough experience to know how to do the paving, to know what to do. So that's that. Now, who pays for this project? As I understand it, the senior center cost about $50 million. I can be corrected. It cost a lot of money, and I think Liz Pearson personally took that under her wing and ran with it and worked with her people. They kept coming back. They built it. It's a plus for the community. So that needs to happen. And the other thing is, I fear there's a split between village people and suburbanites. Suburbanites live in places where they're addicted to their cars. They can't go anywhere if they can't drive. So that's a fear that I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Good evening, dear City Council members. Thank you so much for hearing us. And dear Mayor Ms. Sue Kemp, thank you for your hard work. Thank you numerous times being in contact with business owners, hearing us, hearing the issues we have, and accommodating us. And also Mr. Friedman, thank you for being there. Anytime I pick up the phone, I send an email, right away respond. I appreciate. My name is Violet Sarhat. I'm a resident and business owner. I've had numerous business. Right now, I own the Violet Boutique on Forest Avenue, 241 Forest Avenue. I'm just going to make it very short, the issues. It is beautiful. Promenade is the way they are planning. It's going to look fabulous. But the issues that we are dealing right now, the Eiler Larson Lane, the little alley between library and behind our stores, parallel with Forest, it has become Forest Avenue. We go there, stores that have a back door, we see how crowded it has become. So it has taken the load from the Forest Avenue, and it's a very narrow and tiny lane. And right now, as many people mentioned, it has been centered, closure of Forest has been centered around the restaurants. And that energy, as Alice, the owner of Shoe Seller, mentioned, the energy is not there. That energy of a people, a positive energy. Maybe an idea of an hybrid might be a good idea. So every business, residents, businesses, everyone might get happy or pleasure or advantages, or it'll help in favor of everyone. Another thing that we get complained a lot about, many people are not coming to downtown. The elderly people who used to, how we can accommodate them with parking. They used to park their car and walk in, do their shopping and leave. They were in walkers, they were with their nurses on their wheelchairs. It has been taken away from them. We are all going in that direction. I'm going in that direction. I want to be able, with my nurse, maybe just park my car and walk there. So, and I 100% agree with Tony Eisman that what she mentioned, it a little bit scares me as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Violet.
Hello, Council, and Christoph. I'd like to take several steps back and ask, who made this area a priority over all the other commercial areas and all the other residential neighborhoods for this level of attention and investment? I don't think we ever had that discussion. We never compared needs of neighborhoods and other commercial areas. And this is arguably the most successful commercial area we have. And shouldn't we be looking at spending funds on some of the other ones that clearly need more attention? So this promenade that we have now is a result of kind of an arbitrary decision during the middle of COVID to put this in and close off the street without that kind of overall view of why are we doing this at all when everybody loved it the way it was. And there are other commercial areas in town, well, not so much, not so loved as Forest Avenue. Couldn't we put investments in those areas to bring them up to the attractiveness of Forest? And aren't there ways that we could even make that area more beautiful with more vines and more plants and more trees that would make it even more of a delight than it is, without a giant overhaul and a giant trauma to the businesses that are there? I think when I drove by during the winter, during all the rain and all the foggy weather, I made that turn at Glen Eyrie onto Forest, and I looked down the promenade. Nobody was there, and the mist was coming down. And there were many days like that, weeks like that. And the businesses could have had more business if people could have gotten out of their cars without getting wet and go do the business that they might want to do. And yet, so the whole area was dead. It wasn't this vibrant, wonderful place because there are many days in our year that don't accommodate that. And so, to me, we need a flexible plan that allows for the heavy activity in the summer when the weather is right for that, and also allows for access to the businesses when they need it. So I ask you to use a different starting point for this project, the correct starting point, which is where it was before COVID, and look at it from there. Thank you.
Hi, can I participate? I'd like to participate today. This is my first time to speak in front of the City Council. My name is Yu Tan, and the reason I'm here today, I'd like to support this prominent project because I used to work for galleries located in Forest Avenue. So I work for Elena Bulatova. It's a Russian Jewish gallery in town here, located in 266 Forest Avenue, right before the pandemic and permanent in store. So I was there working, and at the time, the parking is accessible and easy for people to park and allow them to access to all the boutique store and the restaurant to dine and spend money and buy all the goods in Laguna and support all the local business. And then after the pandemic hits, and then we have these installations of the permanents. I love the ideas because it helped a lot of the business. At the time, I'm still running the gallery for that owner. And it helped a lot of business driving force for spending money where they can spend the time dining in the local restaurant and support the restaurant at the same time, walk into the gallery to support the business. So when I worked there, actually, I received a lot of support from local buyer, and also some of them is out of state. So it's important to have this prominent, the atmosphere that allow people to enjoy, visitor, especially visitor. A lot of visitors that come to Laguna, they spend money. They support our local business, they support the galleries, they support the restaurants, everything that is running in local downtown here. So from my personal experiences, I love the idea because that allowed them to enjoy, because if I'm a tourist, I came to Laguna Beach, I want to spend money, I want to have the spirits of fun, happiness, and enjoying the atmosphere and the spirit of Laguna Beach, the essence and the secret of Laguna Beach that can provide the experience where they can take away and spend all the money and buy the art, buy the clothes from boutique store, and also spend money on ice cream, all the good restaurant in downtown. So as it progressed right now already after a few years, and you guys kind of try to implement the project. I like the idea because, like Mark Christie say, we have to make it really nice, attractive for allow people to hang out. I want to point out a few things because for me, I almost spend like every day in Promenade. I enjoy the food, I enjoy the people, I enjoy the music you guys put together, the music that is on the Promenade on the weekend, where the local artists can play and the local resident and also the tourists that come that can enjoy and sit there to enjoy the ambiance there. Also, every Friday, I hang out with local residents, Laguna Beach. They hang out every Friday to have breakfast and have coffee and tea in local. That is allowed not just the visitor to enjoy the ambiance, the local resident. And Saturday, I hang out another group of local residents again, every day, every Saturday. So, which means we allow that promenade to really cater to residents and the tourists. And also they touch about the trees. I love the trees. If you really need to replace the tree, I think you need to put the palm trees to make it really beautiful. Because I live in a house up in Alta Vista. We have a coyote, the eucalyptus tree right in front of my house. Every morning I have to sweep the floor. But the beauty of the tree is very nature, and I love the spirit of the nature that allows it to breathe the oxygen, the fresh air. So what happened is when somebody cut the tree, and the character of that tree is gone. So I do not know how I'm going to project in this future about if all this tree, eucalyptus tree in downtown is going to be removed and put, no? Okay.
No.
Okay, that's
No.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, so if it's not, that's great. If it's decided to remove it, if you want to put a new tree, maybe I suggest palm trees. Because I go to Beverly Hills, they put all these palm trees, you know. Look,
Okay.
it's so beautiful.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
And then I also would like to, this is my experience, so it's important, create the ambient on the promenade to attract visitor and the local and the city supporting this project, and I know that a lot of budget and spending it. Maybe we come up with more idea every month to have celebration, culture celebration, encouraging the local students to more participate, and also the tourists that come to stay in Laguna to enjoy and spend money with the art festival that we have every 2 months from July, August, and also every month we need to encourage some festival, culture celebrations, to encourage all the people to come out to spend money and support all the local business.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Good evening, Council. Jerome Pudbo. Where to start? There are so many gaping holes in the proposed plan this evening that it really needs to be shelved, and I think that's probably where you're all headed. There are questions that I have, like, given the business members in the focus group, so many of them, what are the reassurances that residents will have an equal say and an equal voice? Oh, thank you, Mayor. Who chooses community leaders that will be included in the focus groups? Who directs and reports on the surveys? I mean, we've seen surveys before with just pathetic questions and then poor reporting. So how are we going to get a no or be reassured that we're getting a straight answer? Complete transparency. As has been mentioned before, who says the promenade should even be permanent? This is something that was never voted on. The public has never had a direct access to go one way or the other. There's an old line about nobody knows nothing. And what we have here tonight are tons of opinions from people with various interests. This is going to be many moving parts to satisfy anyone and everyone. And running ahead quickly to try to solve these problems is a fool's errand. So please, shut this thing down tonight, take it over, get it refined, and get it to the point where if it even takes a year or two, let's get it right. This is too big of a deal to mess around with. Thank you.
Anybody else going to speak after Dave? Okay. I'm going to close after
I'm the
Dave.
last one. My name is David Rubel. I have a 95-year-old family business. We have a location down on Forest. 20 years ago, we opened up down there. So I've been down there for 20 years. I'm 65. I've been there at least 5 days a week. So I see, I'm there, I look, I've seen the street evolve, I've seen what's happened. So I was thinking as people were speaking, maybe let's talk about before the promenade, what would happen on any given day. I heard people say that at times the street is empty. Well, it was empty before. There were days when you could look down the street at 3 p.m. and there were, I don't know, there's 40 spots or 46 spots there, and there would be 10 cars, right? There would be nobody down there. Then the pandemic happened, and and in a quick way to save the restaurants, really, we did this promenade. And then all of a sudden, people started coming down and enjoying it. Now, it's been 4 years later. And by the way, I don't know about other businesses, but my business has been really good. It's been really good since 2017, 2018. But, you know, we work at it. We evolved, we adapted, we changed, and we're still doing it, right? All good businesses or successful businesses have to change and adapt. I don't rely on the pedestrian promenade or parking. I have to do things that make my business important or compelling. Just like Mark Christie does, we have to evolve. So I don't want to say that having parking or no parking is going to affect my business, because I don't know that it will. I think if I do the right things, the smart things and the smart planning things, my business will hopefully, you know, grow and survive. Right now, my brother and I, we're aging out. we're trying to pass our business on to our kids and play it forward. We have my niece who's 27 that's in the business now, and we're hoping my son who's 32 will come in. They grew up here. We're next door to the pharmacy where Marissa is. She's in her mid-30s. That's a 75-year-old business. These are really great businesses, and I can name other little businesses on the street that are down there. I think this is an opportunity to do something nice. Just like we have Heisler Park, just like we have Main Beach, we can beautify the area and make it nicer, and not leave it the same. Because if we leave things the same, or we keep saying we can't do this, we have to do it this way, and we keep pushing back, we won't change and we won't evolve, and it'll get tired and we won't move forward. So this is an opportunity. I support it, and you know, I hope that, you know, people will get involved in a positive way to kind of push it forward. So
Okay, thanks, Dave. Okay, with that, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council. I know, Alex, you still with us?
Mayor, yeah, can I speak first?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I appreciate all the public comment on this very important agenda item. You know, I agree with what Bill Hoffman said when he stated that he couldn't imagine us giving Forest back to the cars, and I really can't. This is an amazing opportunity to create a world-class experience that's primarily going to be for the residents, to build a pedestrian promenade that embodies the best of what Laguna is all about. And I really do appreciate the thoughtful work of the ad hoc committee in creating this work plan that incorporates resident and key community stakeholder input. A lot of the concerns that I heard during the presentation tonight from residents and in previous agenda items on this topic are addressed in this. I think this is going to be an iterative process that's going to really produce what we want, which is a world-class pedestrian promenade. And so I appreciate the work that Mayor Kemp and Councilmember Orgill have done on this, and I'm looking forward to moving this process forward and seeing the opportunity that's in front of us. So I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next if you like. Yeah, I have never voted against the promenade in all the 4 years I've been on this, 3.5 years I've been in city council, but since it started. And so what I really wanted to know is what problem we were trying to solve, and who is impacted, who loves the promenade and why, and who uses it and why. We don't have that data. We don't have any numbers of 50% of visitors use it, 50% of residents use it. We can find that out by getting data from the credit card companies. We know when people buy something and what they pay for it, and that we don't have to share which stores they bought from, but we know the mega data of the stores from the promenade and the restaurants too. What is that? What is that? How has it contributed to sales tax? And I know we've had some increases in sales tax, you know, but I don't think that data has been delivered. We also know when those sales take place. So like the weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you're going to have the peak of the tourists and visitor and residents as well. And there's no reason you couldn't have a hybrid solution that then solves some of the problems for the local businesses by having that parking back. Bollards, flexible use is what I'd say. And so I'm a little bit surprised after 4 years that we have very little data to go on. Very little. It might be 90%, 80% use of the promenade by visitors and 20% by residents who like it. So as far as the cost goes, I think Ann mentioned this. I think the cost is significant and very significant. I think it's about $250 and $2,000 a year in revenue loss from the parking times 4. That's $1 million. $200,000 for the 4 years of maintenance. That's $800,000. The cost of the promenade to build is about $3 million, so it's $4.6 million, and we are paying for the maintenance of the promenade ongoing forever. And if we make it permanent, taking it out is another few $1 million. And what we've seen over the years is promenades have gone in and out. So I think we have to be very careful about making it permanent. And I would support this if we had a hybrid solution. If the subcommittee could agree to a hybrid solution. A lot of residents wanted it, and they haven't been listened to. Thank you. That's what I have to say. I will
So if I
support
understood you correctly, you're willing to commit to a hybrid solution, but we don't have any data suggesting that the community is anxious for a hybrid solution.
Well, we do. We have a lot of letters and public comments that a hybrid solution, and we've heard from some of the retailers as well.
Well, with all due respect, George, we have a lot of letters and comments from folks saying that they wanted the promenade to be
we do.
pedestrian only. You know, if I look back, and I think most people, I think Bill Hoffey would understand this. You know, if you look back to the 20s and 30s, thank you, one of the biggest mistakes this country has made is, you know, planning we became very car-centric, and everything was designed to accommodate the automobile. You know, yesterday we were at the Earth event at the Rivian, and here we are talking about prioritizing the automobile over a pedestrian environment. It was brought up earlier today that our Vision 2030 makes reference to the city's ambitions and wants to create community space for the residents. And there are other supporting documents, general plan, specific plans, downtown specific plan. This isn't a new topic. We've been debating this for many, many years. Not everything boils down to what revenue the parking meter can generate. That doesn't trump the residents or the pedestrian experience to me. If it was up to me, I would probably look at creating other streets that we didn't have to, you know, give away to the automobile. So I just wanted to remind some of us of those issues, that this isn't new. This is an old conversation, at least 30 plus years. It is embedded in many of our documents. This isn't a new conversation. And this is a plan that is meant to be inclusive. It's also meant to accumulate information to address the concerns that some of which have been you know, mentioned this evening, and to move forward to see what the possibilities are. At the end of the day, if we don't think that the local talent had came up with a solution and a design that everybody loved, I guess at that time we could, you know, look into a design competition. I happen to have all the confidence in the world that our local talent here is going to be able to really come up with a solution that is going to be exactly what Mark Christie says, just a world-class project. So anyway, that's where I am at.
Bob?
I have a couple of questions for the subcommittee. Maybe you could just provide a little your thoughts on it. So with these focus groups, and adding the community members in as on the revised slide, what are your thoughts? I mean, what are the sizes of these focus groups? How many residents have you? How many business owners, architects? I mean, it'll vary group to group, I guess. But
Well, you know, I thought on the landscape architects is we would just, you know, send an email out, an invitation to meet with all of us. We'd send it out to all the landscape architects in town, and we'd have a landscape architect kind of forum on that. And the same with the art. So, I want to get some building architects in there too, like Morris or somebody, so that we know that, so whatever we design, not only from the landscape, but it looks like it fits with the building structures as well. And, we have the walkway out to the alley. We just want it to look cohesive. So we'd probably send a email out to the architects in town too and ask them to meet with us as well. We can go through Sean Poschel on the arts community. I know that the museum might be interested in doing some rotating art with us, so that was that. The Chambers, obviously, whoever that is, and Visit Laguna Beach we'll invite them as well at some point. I mean, I don't see these guys actually as critical. But the Planning Commission, we have 2 landscape architects that are really good, Adam Schwimmer and Susan White, and they're both big commercial landscape designers. And, we should include them as well. They're very talented people. Anyway, that's my thought. I don't know what
Yeah,
you think.
well, we've talked about it, and
Yeah.
you did cover it. But in short, Bob, we were just essentially we were going to do outreach to all of the architects and all of the landscape architects. So, we did the same thing to some of the shop owners, and most of them showed up. But it's not as unwieldy as you might think once everybody comes in. I mean, you only get a percentage of the architects, I think, that are ultimately going to respond.
And what about community members? I mean, as a focus group, how many?
So
and
that-
are we looking for people with expertise, like some of the folks suggested tonight that, have design expertise?
So that part of the, just real quick, and that part of the, so originally we were going to do the workshops, right? And then when it was decided this evening or before the meeting that we should probably include them in the focus groups, there has been some discussion, and I can't say it's been completely vetted yet, of, how do you monitor that, who's included in that? I think Michelle Monda came up with an idea that would probably work, is where we just somehow, have an application process and just get a group that can follow the process throughout the whole endeavor. And then we still have the workshops where everybody's invited, but we do somehow narrow down the community members that are going to participate as part of the focus groups. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, in terms of the process, yeah. I mean, it doesn't, I guess you're still thinking about total number of members, but it sounds to me, and I think Michelle actually did have some good comments and thoughts on that. To me, you want to have, as she said, she's probably not the right person. I don't think I'd be the right person, but, people with expertise that you can draw on, right?
And some of these people, are in both categories, right? I mean, one of the people that that came to mind was Bob Borthwick. Now, he's a landscape architect, but also he's a member of the community that I think, has some great input, and he actually has design experience when it comes to promenades. So I don't know if that gives you.
Yeah, no, I think I hear what you're saying on that. So a couple other questions, and so on the consultant, the economic retail analysis by a consultant, is that necessary at the front end, do you think? And who would it be, and how much would it be? I mean, I just wonder, if that's an inherent part of the process is necessary.
Well, I can answer that. So that was an idea Sean had when he was here. So he said, why don't you have Cosmot come in? And we met with Cosmot. Cosmot came in when we met with the business owners. I don't know that we had, a lot of good information from him. He was, we didn't talk to him too much. I don't really know if we need him at this point.
Okay, well,
Mark, what do you think about that?
Ask what you're trying to get out of a retail and economic study.
Well, the idea was to help some of the retailers. I mean, we have, he was going to give us good retail trends, and it would be helpful to the whole city, to be honest with you, because when we did the sales tax evaluation that we got from Gavin, a couple months ago,
right,
we saw that the retailers did better on Forest than most of the rest of the city, for example.
They mean retailers by retail or
retailers on Forest Avenue versus retailers in the rest of the city.
Yeah,
We saw the
sure.
Forest Avenue did, a little bit better. And so they were there, I think what Sean was thinking at the time when he mentioned this is that maybe they could give some retailers some advice about, retail trends and what's best to look at. But I think for the promenade, I don't know that we need that, but.
Yeah, so originally we were looking at the whole idea. So of course you have the design, but then there's the programming, what other things could be included when we think about the promenade in its entirety, beyond design, right? So what things can happen, what are trends throughout the country that, bring various demographics to a place, right? One of the things that was discussed was, these rotating installations, so various segments of the community could come down and enjoy those in something fresh and new and inviting. So do we need Cosmot to advise us right away? We could probably hold off on that till we get further down the road, just with some of the community input. But that's what was behind it, was that this person wouldn't just consult on the design. They would consult on, like I said, various trends and what's happening out there in the big world, and bring us some examples.
Okay. And then I had a note here, like the consultant on the assessment regarding the trees. How's that selected? Who would that be? The assessment regarding this, I assume it's an arborist, right? You're talking about an outside arborist, independent arborist. Is it somebody on our city list already that we have?
Well, I think we need to determine, we have Matthew, and we'd probably have somebody else. I don't think we have that many unhealthy trees down there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, really. So we were kind of doing a constraint evaluation, and some of the comments that were brought up tonight, floodplain, some of the utilities that are in the street, and we have the sewer laterals, how close some of those laterals are to some of the existing trees. We don't know if any of the laterals need to be replaced. Are there going to be any disruption to any of the root balls? Just some of that analysis needs to take place as we work through this.
So, in talking to Megan, we were talking about, creating a resident focus group and how we best do that. So we could solicit the community for interest, and then they wouldn't be part of the ad hoc. They'll be their own focus group. They won't be part of our committee, but they'll be a focus group, just like all the other focus groups. We could do that fairly easily. We could just solicit for input. I think, though, well, we'll see what happens. I think some of the people that would normally be in these focus groups, like it's particularly the landscape architects and maybe the regular architects, would already probably be people we'd be consulting anyway, would want to consult.
Okay, so kind of the last question I had here was for the subcommittee was, so August 24, the committee with input from focus groups, community staff establishes the design goals of the project. Mm-hmm. Your recommendation is it next comes back to the City Council in November of 2024. I'm wondering whether, should there be an interim stop?
Yeah,
should
probably.
there be with design, should it come back to council at the design goal point again with, because that seems to be the kind of the key building block, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I think that would be a good idea.
I do too.
So what date is that, Bob?
Well, you currently have it in August, so it would probably be September, I guess, that it would come back to council, right? Or
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, those were my points, suggestions.
I guess, Mike, I have a question about the SWA, if somebody knows. I don't know the firm, but I've seen their offices here. Do they have experience? Have they built any promenades? And what is the, anybody in the council, the subcommittee, or Jeremy looked at promenades elsewhere that are similar to ours? What have they built? San Luis Obispo was talked about. I don't think Carmel has one. Not sure. Has there been any, what's out there? That's pretty easy to find, isn't it? Or is it? And does the SWA have experience doing these? And what are those examples?
They do have experience. Keeping in mind that they are going to be facilitating what comes together from some of the other designers, both landscape and architects in town, right?
So they're not the designer. They're facilitating the design.
They're
They
exactly.
are designing it, or because you say here, the city considers design options. Where do they come from? SWA and?
Well, the design options, it'll be a collaborative effort with our local architecture community and landscape community and SWA. You need somebody
Okay.
To put the plans to paper. That's
Yeah.
all.
Okay, to shepherd the whole thing.
to shepherd the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
And is a hybrid solution possible after the focus groups tell you that they want one? I mean, is that will you do that? I mean, all you have talked about is permanent for the 4 years.
I'll tell you what, if I was convinced that it was going to be a better option, bringing cars back into the mix, you can count on me to, I feel confident that we're going to be able to develop a project that's going to benefit the community and meet and all of the concerns of the retailers.
Well, that's great assurance.
Okay, where are we? Anything else, Bob?
No, well, I think we could make a motion.
Yeah, okay, why don't you start?
So I would move that we approve the project work plan, which is recommendation number 1, with some modifications, which is to defer for now the economic retail analysis by a consultant, and to add in a return to council after the step in August 24, where the design goals, the committee has to establish the design goals of the project. The focus group include community members, and that there be an application process for interested individuals to participate on that focus group.
How many people do you want on the focus group? We should decide that. We should decide how many people we want on the focus group. Like 7 maybe, or something like that.
I was asking you guys earlier. 7, that's the magic number for all our committees.
I think 7's a
now.
good number.
Okay.
Does that focus group have to come back to the council, or can the ad hoc select the people?
I'm fine with having the ad hoc selected. I just want the application process
me
to
too.
occur.
Okay.
Excuse me, Bob, you want the application process to be what?
To occur. I want, you guys can select it. I'm fine with that, but there should be an application process, and then the community members should be selected by the ad hoc
We can do
committee.
that.
Great.
Yeah, we can do that.
7 members.
Yeah, 7 people.
Okay.
So you covered coming back in September, correct?
I did. Right.
So we got approve on 1, except for the economic. We have 2 we affirm, 3 we affirm. Return to council in September. We have the application process. We're going to take 7. Mark and I are going to work on the selection of those. Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Nay.
Oh, we gotta have,
Okay,
we
four
gotta
ayes.
have
Wanna say
a,
why
Got to have a roll call.
Okay, good enough.
Jesus.
Councilmember Oriole?
Yes.
Councilmember Weiss?
Nay, I'd like to say I appreciate the efforts you guys have made, but it's still very much half-baked so far. 4 years of this without losing so much money on the previous designs tells me that we're just going off and not quite knowing what we're doing. Unless there's a hybrid solution, I can't vote for it, so nay.
Councilmember Whalen?
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi?
Yes.
Mayor Kemp?
Yes. Okay. Good night, Alex.
Good night. I'll see you guys soon.
Brings us to item number 10, parking management plan. Michael, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Kempf, council members. Michael Litchi, Director of Transit and Community Services.
Yeah.
And with me tonight is our esteemed Transit Supervisor, Andre Chisholm, behind me. So I do have a PowerPoint prepared. If you would like me to run through that, I can give an abbreviated version and hit some of the highlights.
Yep.
Okay.
Talk fast, yeah.
Yeah, I know there's a few more items after me, so I want to be respectful of your time.
Well, two of them are continuances, Michael, so don't feel pressed.
Oh, great. Okay.
We're actually okay. Yeah.
Perfect. So tonight, I'm here to present our summer 2024 parking management plan and transit service update. So starting with a look back to the performance of our transit and parking services last summer and summer of 2023, our total trolley ridership over the 10 weeks of the summer festival season was just over 344,000 boardings. And just to put that in context, that's a little over half of our annual trolley ridership. So obviously the summer is a busy time in Laguna Beach, and for the trolley system, that really is the peak time when we see the bulk of our boardings throughout the year. The next slide looks back at trolley ridership trends over the last several years. So we went all the way back to 2019 just to show a pre-COVID look at transit ridership. Like other businesses in town and other services, transit ridership across the industry was affected pretty severely by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the good news is on the city side, our transit service in the city is rebounding much quicker than most transit systems in neighboring areas, including OCTA. For last summer, we did see a small dip in ridership over the previous year, over 2022, about 8%. However, the main reason for that is that the festival season, the art festivals actually started a week later last year. So the festival season was shorter by about 7 days. And then we also had 2 days during the summer that the festivals and our transit ridership was suspended due to Tropical Storm Hillary. So that was a bit of an anomaly last year, which leads to the 8% decrease we saw in the ridership. However, we did continue to see growth in some routes, including the Summer Breeze route, which is the route from Irvine into the city.
Michael, just a quick question on that. Do you think, I forget when we started Laguna Beach Local, do you think that's had an impact on ridership because people are using the local?
I'm not sure, Councilmember Whalen, if there's a direct correlation with the trolley ridership. I will talk about the Laguna Local ridership so we can see the changes there. The trolley during the summer is more of a visitor serving tool. Residents do take it, but the trolleys or the local service serves a different area, so it's mainly getting residents from the residential areas into the downtown and then allowing them to transfer to the trolley service from there. But that could be part of the impact that we're kind of taking away some of the ridership from the trolley as people are turning to the Laguna Local service. In terms of the parking revenue and transactions, we had over 500,000 parking transactions just during the summer season. So that's people paying at a parking meter, pay station in one of our parking lots, or using the mobile parking app to make payment for parking. And that resulted in $3.4 million in revenue, parking revenue, just in July and August, which is about a 12% increase over the prior year. We also do measure parking capacity using an 85% optimal rate for parking utilization, with anything over that leading to people not being able to find a space in a lot. And so we did, again, as in past summers, see parking areas in the downtown and the village entrance lots near the festivals routinely at or above that 85% capacity mark, particularly during the evening and afternoon hours, multiple days during the week. We did make some changes last year. We reduced the cost of the weekday parking at the Act 5 lot, or Lot 16 on Laguna Canyon Road. That did lead to a little bit of an increase in the usage of that lot. So that lot was about 80% full, and sometimes a little bit over that during peak hours. But we're continuing to work this summer, which I'll talk about, to really push and market those peripheral lots to try and keep as many cars as possible out of the downtown area, encourage people to park further out of the downtown and utilize our free trolley service to get into the main activity centers of the city.
What are the peak hours? What are they?
So typically the peak hours during the summer season are in the afternoon from about 3 o'clock till 8 or 9 o'clock. So you see during that time kind of the confluence of beach traffic, so people are still at the beach, and then people are starting to arrive for the evening events, going to the festival and out to dinner. So that's when you see the highest usage typically. We also did have peripheral lots, as in past years, at LCAD and Mission Hospital. Those were underutilized. We had excess capacity in those lots, and we're working this year on a few different strategies to, again, try and promote the use of those lots to utilize that capacity and keep additional cars out of the downtown area. We did make some updates last summer to our Laguna Beach parking app, which provides both parking occupancy as well as payment availability for people coming into town. So we made the app a little bit more user-friendly. We added QR codes to all of the parking meters and pay stations in town so people can scan that when they're going to park and pay via the mobile app. Those QR codes were scanned over 106,000 times, and we had just about 75,000 mobile parking transactions, which was almost a 25% increase over prior years. So we're continuing to see additional use of that. And then since last summer, we've introduced a few new tools that I'll talk about shortly that we think will increase the usage of the mobile payment options even more this summer. So moving on to discussing our plans for this coming summer, summer 2024. We had our annual festival coordinating committee meeting earlier last month, actually, that includes all of the art festivals, the Chamber of Commerce, Visit Laguna, the Playhouse, and Councilmember Orgill serves on that committee, so he was there and provided a lot of valuable input as well. It's a great opportunity for all of those groups within town to meet with the city so we can hear what their concerns were last summer and kind of collaborate together not only on operational issues but also on joint marketing and partnerships so that we can better serve all of the visitors and residents who are trying to get around town during the summer season when we're very, very busy. So the recommendations of that committee played into the recommendations we're presenting tonight as well. This chart just provides an overview of the trolley services that we're planning to provide for this summer. Again, we have three main routes: the coastal route along Coast Highway, the Summer Breeze route, which travels from Irvine into downtown and serving the art festivals, and then the Canyon route, which travels from the Act 5 parking lot into downtown, as well as the LCAT lot. So we're just proposing very minor tweaks to the schedule, starting a half hour earlier at 9 a.m. instead of 9:30, and changing the Summer Breeze schedule to start a little bit earlier on Fridays based on ridership demand that we saw. The summer service will go into full effect at the end of June, the last week of June, to coincide with the start of the Sawdust Festival, which is scheduled for June 28th. And that Sawdust Festival and Art Affair are both the first festivals to start on the 28th of June. But typically, as we get into mid-June, we start to slowly ramp up the number of trolleys we run, especially along the coast, as traffic continues to increase. A lot of that is weather dependent, though. Sometimes last year we had a very cloudy, dreary June, so we didn't have as much beach traffic due to the weather. And then, Councilmember Whalen, to your question, the Laguna Local Service. So as I think most of you know, this service has been provided since November 2021. It is a on-demand microtransit service similar to a free Uber and Lyft. It is a shared ride service, so you may ride with other passengers headed in the same direction as you. The service was expanded in January 2023 to serve North and South Laguna, additional areas within those areas of town. So we have about 150 stops that are available. We're continuing to see average wait times under 15 minutes. And we do have peak hours, especially at the end of school, when that 15-minute mark can go up a little bit. But we also have times of day, that it's a 3 or 4 minute wait. So overall, this has been a service that's been very well received by residents. We hear a lot of positive comments compared to the trolley service that we ran in the neighborhoods before. It definitely is a more premium service and provides additional options for people because the smaller vehicles we use, these hybrid electric minivans, can go much deeper into the residential neighborhoods than our trolleys could on some of the narrow streets there. So just during the summer of last year, we saw just over 15,000 boardings on the Laguna Local Service, and that was up about 52% from the prior year. However, that also takes into account the added service area that we expanded further into North and South Laguna.
So, Michael, quick question.
Yes.
So there's a Laguna Beach Local app, right?
There is, yes.
So that's available to anybody?
Correct.
Not just a resident. I mean, if somebody were visiting, they could download the app and...
Yes. Yeah. In terms of the marketing of the program, we don't focus on marketing that service to visitors. We try to encourage visitors to take the trolley. So based on the surveys we've done, the vast majority of the users of the Laguna Local are currently residents. Around 85 to 90% are residents, but it is a public transit service, so it is open to anyone who downloads the app. So one change we're looking to make this year with the Laguna Local in response to some of the comments we received last summer is expanding the hours. Last summer we did have expanded hours compared to the non-summer season, but during the week, Monday through Thursday, the Laguna Local service ended at 8:30 p.m. Currently it ends at 6 p.m. And we heard a lot of comments from residents wanting later night service during the summer so they could go out to dinner or stay out later doing things in town and get back home. So what we're proposing is to expand the hours of the Laguna Local Service from 9 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. That would align with the same service hours as the trolley and provide those residents with a later night option to get back home. And then I did want to note as well, we did apply for a grant through OCTA, again in response to resident requests and some focus groups we had with them to extend the Laguna Local Service, which currently ends basically here at City Hall on the north end. The grant would allow us to extend that service out to the neighborhoods along Laguna Canyon Road and then out to El Toro Road as well, basically to the city limit with Aliso Viejo.
What's the expected timing on that? Do you have any idea?
So OCTA had originally committed to having grant awards announced by the end of April. At this point, I would guess that's going to be pushed probably a little bit further into May. But we've made a strong case, I think, for why this service makes sense to expand to that area. And the metrics we presented for the performance of our service compared to other microtransit services, including one that OCTA operates, show that our service is performing much better than similar services. So I'm optimistic. We won't know for sure until probably sometime next month. OCTA does run a bus route down Laguna Canyon Road, Route 89, which serves those residential areas as well as the downtown. So I think that's their main concern, is they don't want to duplicate service that they're already providing. But we've made the case that this is a different type of service and there's a definite safety benefit, especially along Laguna Canyon Road, where if you want to take the OCTA bus into town or out of town, you have to cross Laguna Canyon Road, and there are not marked pedestrian crossings, whereas the local service can serve either side of the street.
You may not recall it off the top of your head. What's the cost of service? What are you looking for in terms of a grant? How much? Is it a lot of money for this service?
For the expansion of the service, I don't have that number off the top of my head. I can pull it from the grant application.
I guess what I'm wondering is, and maybe we can talk about this at the budget workshop or something, but I mean, if we don't get the grant money, there is some, I think council's got some interest in whether or not we should figure out another way to fund it. Hopefully we get the grant because...
Yes, so I think if once we find out the status of the OCTA grant, if we don't get the grant, we can come back to council with a service plan and cost options if you wanted to fund that separately. The idea in proposing grant funding first was if the council had taken action to fund it, then we wouldn't be eligible for the OCTA grant. Because good plan, good plan.
we want the grant. But you would limit the hours El Toro anyway, right? You would limit to maybe the morning from 8 until 10, and then in the afternoon from 4 until...
Yes, so Councilmember Weiss, I think we had proposed hours that aligned with the hours,
School.
yeah, with the school hours
all
during the school year.
Okay.
We would still probably look at, based on demand, extending the hours a little bit later during the summer
Yeah,
season if there was demand for those later night trips to that area as well.
Thank you.
Michael, you have any idea how many students actually ride this?
Andre, yeah, Mayor Kemp, we don't have specifics in terms of how many students we do, and we can provide you with, we have heat maps of origins and destinations. So we do know that quite a few, just kind of anecdotally, that quite a few people do use it in the morning to go to Laguna Beach High School. And in the afternoons, we get a lot of people from Thurston using it as well, and the high school.
Yeah, the reason I ask is when I took a trolley ride one time, because they have the school buses and they have the trolleys, so we went by Thurston, and a lot of people wanted to go on the trolleys. A lot of the kids wanted to go on the trolleys versus the school bus. And so when we asked them, well, why do you ride the trolley? Well, it's fun, it's free, and, you know, whatever. They were going downtown or something. I don't know what it was, but this is just another option for kids to get.
It is, yeah. So, you know, we try not to encourage, especially the middle school students, to take this service. There's not a whole lot we can do to prevent them from taking it. But we do still operate the trolley in the afternoon from Thurston, and we still are getting anywhere between, 15 to 30 students a day on that service. But to Councilmember Whalen's point before, that's an area where we have definitely seen people moving from the trolley to the on-demand, because the trolley just goes from Thurston to downtown. The on-demand goes, you know, a lot of other 150 different places in the city. So, you know, it's not intended to be a substitute for the school bus service. If students at Thurston are going home after school, there is a school bus. It is a paid service, though. This is still currently a free service. So we definitely, that's part of the reason why from 2 to 4 p.m. every weekday during the school year, we have longer wait times, because that is by far our peak period for this service.
Yeah, okay.
So moving on to parking rates, as council may recall, we have a coastal development permit which set the parking rates for all of the city lots and meter zones. That's a 5-year coastal development permit. We have 1 more year of that permit, so through next summer when those rates are valid. Basically what the CDP does was allow the city to increase parking rates throughout the city by 10% during the summer season only, and then kept those rates static during the non-summer season for the 5-year period. So based on the CDP, the rates this summer would increase 10% to $5.90 per hour in the downtown area, $3.30 outside of downtown. And then we have the village entrance lots, which are all-day flat rate lots. Prices in those lots would go up to $25 a day on weekends, $20 a day on weekdays. And then lots 13 and 14, those are the Suzy Q and the Hagen Place lots. Also, all-day flat rate lots, although they're only available after 5 p.m. weekdays, and then all day on Saturday and Sunday due to the other activities happening in those lots during the day.
Michael, remind me on the meters on Coast Highway. So the 330 applies to all meters on Coast Highway?
It applies to all meters on Coast Highway outside of the downtown area.
Right. So,
yes.
Okay.
So if you're looking at like Heisler Park or you know, further
HIP
south,
District.
yeah, HIP District, those are all $3.30.
Okay.
Yeah.
So given that we have this summer and then 1 more increase next summer, and given the timing, you know, the timeline of getting things through coastal, and we could look back and see what it took us. I know we had to go twice last time. Let's back it up and figure out when we need to start the next application, because I'd like to have a sort of a seamless, I know that gets us out to 26, but things take a long time.
Definitely.
I don't want to get off topic too far, but I did have a talk with Gavin today, so we probably want to include in that the exploring the addition of meters in where we installed the new sidewalks down south.
Along those lines, Michael, you're going to come back on the parking master plan in June, right?
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay.
So there are a couple elements of that plan that we have incorporated in our proposal for this summer, but we do plan to come back with a more comprehensive update
Okay.
in June. Yes.
Okay.
So as I mentioned before, we have a number of peripheral lots that we lease parking in order to provide some out of town or out of downtown options at either a free or reduced rate. So this chart shows which lots those are. And Mission Hospital, again, we are going to work to try and encourage more people to use that lot. That's been underutilized. I think it is, even though we've made some improvements with signage, it is still confusing to people about when it is available as a public parking lot for free and when it is hospital parking only. We've been able to build a pretty good relationship with the staff at the hospital, and so the last couple of years, I think the operations run pretty smoothly, and we, following this meeting tonight, we'll schedule a meeting with the hospital staff to talk about other options to better promote that lot.
I think we need Jeremy out there with one of those big signs.
We could definitely, cost that out, no problem. Yes.
As you should be for that.
So as in past years, we are planning to offer a reduced price seasonal summer pass that, again, helps to encourage people to use those peripheral lots. So we have a $25 pass that's good only at the LCAD lot, a $50 pass that's good at the Act 5, LCAD, and Suzy Q lots. The last couple of years, we've done a pre-sale to the art festivals and the Playhouse so that their staff and volunteers have first dibs on those passes. It's also, we also went to an online purchase system, which eliminated the Taylor Swift lines outside the Suzy Q on the day these passes went on sale. So that's been a successful program. We are going to try to work this year as well with the Chamber of Commerce to let local businesses know about these passes rather than just the art festivals, because there are a lot of other businesses in town that have additional seasonal employees, so letting them know this is another option for their employees to park and park at a peripheral lot like LCAD, take the trolley into town, which operates during the bulk of the day, and then try to prevent some of those vehicles from going and parking in the neighborhoods instead.
That's a great idea. I mean, it was disappointing that, not a criticism, but it's disappointing that the sort of behavior of the public is such that we had 30% occupancy at LCAD, right, last summer, and 45 to 50 at the hospital. So people always talk about the panacea of remote parking, but you got to get people to park there.
People don't do that.
And
So-
we did have that conversation with the festivals as well, trying to encourage more of their employees to park there. The volunteers for Festival of Arts park here in the City Hall parking lot, Lot 12. It seems like that's going to be a hard habit to break. So we're working slowly to chip away at it. And as I said, try to get better utilization out of those peripheral lots.
Michael, I have a question. It's peripheral
Yes.
to this, but it's, so the master parking plan, circulation plan, we approved up to 500 business permits. How many have been sold of that number?
Yeah, so Councilmember Weiss, we did, I believe it was in February, we launched those new business permits. I don't have ready tonight the exact number we've sold, but just sitting outside the cashier's desk, I know we've sold quite a few of them. And we have gotten good comments because there are now 2 tiers of that pass. It's not only for downtown businesses, it's for any business in the city. And
Right.
so I have heard business owners and employees coming by and are very happy that they have additional options if their business is not located in downtown. But I can follow up with the number of
I'm
passes
just curious to know.
that we
Thank you.
sold.
Thank you.
As I alluded to earlier, we also have made, since last summer, a number of additional improvements to our parking technology. One of those that did go into effect last summer and will be continuing to use this summer is these new pay stations that are pictured here. So when the county did the flood control project, they had to remove all of the parking meters along Frontage Road and the outbound side of Laguna Canyon Road. So that gave us a good opportunity to put pay stations in. These multi-space pay stations are more efficient. They allow additional payment options, and they're license plate based. So basically, rather than going and having to print out a ticket or feed an individual meter, you go to one of these pay stations, type in your license plate number, pay for the parking. You can pay via Google or Apple Pay using your phone, as well as tapping your credit card. And so we didn't really have any complaints that I heard about those last summer. We did some education in advance with the Sawdust Festival particularly, so they were aware of how the machines worked and were able to provide information out to their guests as well. We also, since last summer, have introduced a new one-time payment option. So we've always had the Laguna Beach Parking app where you can see parking availability information and you can make an online payment, but it does require you to download an app. So we've been working with the vendor for a while to come up with a one-time payment option because we do see a lot of visitor traffic, and a lot of times people don't want to download yet another app on their phone that maybe they'll just use for a few days or a weekend. So now when you scan that QR code on the parking meters, you see the display on your phone that is shown on the right there that allows you to the option of making a one-time payment, so you don't have to download an app. You can pay, again, via Google or Apple Pay, or use a credit card and just enter your meter number or parking space and pay directly without downloading the app. And we launched that about 3 months ago, and we were seeing actually the vast majority of our parking transactions are going through that new one-time payment option. So it's been a pretty popular option for people. And then one of the items that was discussed as part of the Parking and Transportation Demand Management Plan was valet parking. So I know in years past we did have some valet parking limited just on weekends at the Boys and Girls Club. That hasn't been an option now that they've redone their play yard. And there were some other issues around that. But we did want to look at what the options were for providing valet parking. When we spoke with the festivals, they indicated that that was a service, especially the Festival of Arts, pageant patrons, that they thought those patrons would use. So we looked at how we might be able to offer that in an area close, in a city lot that was as close as possible to the Festival of Arts. So we looked at Lot 11, which is the lot directly across the street from the Festival of Arts, specifically the area with the pavers in front. So what we found is we could accommodate about an additional 15 to 20 vehicles in that lot through stack parking. That's the good news. And we looked at operating it just in the evening hours when demand is highest, from 3 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. However, the bad news is that the cost was pretty high. So we got a couple of initial quotes, and those quotes for the summer festival season ranged from between $80,000 and $118,000 just for the valet parking operations. There's potential we could cover that through higher parking rates. However, we likely would have to go back and amend the CDP in order to do that, which we were not recommend doing at this time. So at this point, staff's recommendation is not pursuing the valet pilot program during this upcoming summer, but perhaps looking at incorporating that in the CDP when it's renegotiated. We also include an item in here, while not directly tied to summer, it is something we would like to implement prior to summer and keep in place year-round. So when the city purchased the library, that came with a parking lot, and that parking lot has about 28 spaces, including 2 ADA accessible spaces. There was a long-standing agreement, or not that long-standing, but since 2019, between the County of Orange and the Friends of the Library, whereby the Friends of the Library worked with the county to offer the parking spaces around the library as paid public parking during the hours the library was closed. In return for making those spaces available, the county gave, and the Friends basically hired a valet parking firm to run that lot during hours the library was closed. Out of that arrangement, the Friends of the Library received $9,000 annually. The valet parking firm received the balance of the revenue, which the Friends of the Library were not really clear on what that revenue was because they got their $9,000. The valet firm kept everything over that. And then the valet firm also set the price that could vary based on demand. So I've seen signs anywhere from $20 to $45 that they're charging for parking. Now that the city owns the lot, staff looked into it, and our recommendation is that we terminate the agreement with the valet parking firm and operate the library lot similar to other city lots like Suzy Q, where it is reserved for patrons of that facility during the day, so it would still be free parking for library patrons during the hours the library was open. After the library is closed, then it would be paid parking, but it would be operated by the city using our pay stations and our mobile app. And the city would then keep that revenue rather than the valet firm. And we are recommending just to continue the agreement with the Friends of the Library that they had with the county to continue to provide $9,000 in parking revenue to support their programs.
So Michael, if you have a parking sticker and it's after library hours, you can park it. If you have a shopper's permit, you can park there.
Correct. Yeah, thank you.
After the library hours.
Had that in my notes, but didn't mention it. So yeah, it would operate like our other downtown city lots. So we're proposing the same rates, the same hourly rates, a 3-hour limit, and then if you have a resident shopper's permit, you could park there for free, just like you would in other city lots. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, we didn't know this until recently. Michael and I went to the library with a number of other maintenance issues and discovered this, and that there was no oversight by the Friends on what the private company was taking in at all. So I think it makes sense to take it over. I don't know if the $9,000 annually is a gift of public funds, though. That's when I'd ask the attorney about that. It's just something that we're optionally doing, I guess.
I think if you find that it serves any public purpose at all, that it's not a gift.
Yeah.
So, and I would think that it does.
Thank you. Yeah, I think so.
And then finally, the last two slides just touch on marketing. So we've done a number of things both within the city and then working with our partners at the art festivals and Visit Laguna to market our summer parking and trolley service. One of those items that's been really successful the last 2 years is we've been able to work successfully with Caltrans to get them to put information on their changeable message signs on the 405 freeway, both northbound and southbound, promoting the Summer Breeze trolley from Irvine. So we have these messages on the freeway, and then we have turn-by-turn signs once you get off the freeway leading you to the Summer Breeze lot in Irvine. So really trying to capture people coming into town before they drive down Laguna Canyon Road, get off the freeway, park for free, take a free trolley, relax into downtown, and keep one more vehicle out of the city limits. And then we've also done a lot of social media collaboration. We've found a lot of success working through the art festivals and Visit Laguna because they're already targeting people who are looking to come to town, either to stay at a hotel or to come to the art festivals. So we've had a lot of great support from our partners at all those agencies, doing joint marketing, putting out social media posts on their channels, sending out email blasts to their customers, and has allowed us a lot more reach than we would have been able to get alone at the city with a small marketing budget. So just a couple examples of those joint posts from Visit Laguna, the festival, one of the hotels in town, and then apparently down the second post there, if any fans of Shark Tank, Mark Cuban apparently was here last summer and riding the trolley. So we get celebrities as well that enjoy our service. So that concludes my presentation. There's 8 recommendations before you tonight to approve the summer trolley operating plan, as well as the lease agreements for the peripheral parking lots. And then in addition, the changes to the library parking lot that were discussed. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for Michael?
I took part in the whole process with the group, the festival group, and I just wanted to say I really appreciate Mike's work that he puts into this and his ability to facilitate the meetings with the group, and he does a really great job, and he comes prepared, and he always answers all the questions, and I just wanted to let you know that you've done a great job, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, Michael, you do a fantastic. We have a great program here, and Andre does a great job running. I mean, we don't get any complaints. We get almost no complaints. You know, the city where people like to complain about a lot of different things. We're not getting complaints. It's
I
really
thought
good.
he almost was to the point that he was going to get the artists to realize that they would be better off parking remotely and letting the guests park nearby the festivals, but he was this close.
I tried.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing.
Okay, great job. Judy Mancuso, I've just got a couple things. Please do not take away the residents' parking pass at Suzy Q when you have the festival. So I was going to an ESC meeting. I pull into the Suzy Q just like I always do to park, and it says only festival permits only. It's like, oh my God, I can't park here. So I had to drive around the block, and I mean, it was crazy. So please, please, please don't take away the residents' parking at Suzy Q anytime during the summer. That is such my go-to lot. And then during this ESC meeting, I was literally driving up and down looking for a spot. It was ridiculous. It's like, here I am having to do city business in the city building. I have my city parking permit, and I'm driving around for 15 minutes looking for a spot. So that's number one. Number two, I don't see it on here about, I know this is about parking, but you can't really talk about parking without talking about gridlock. And so what I want to ask is somewhere if we could get grants and more money thrown at parking our traffic attendants. Because when the attendants are, like you have them down for the farmer's market, but we could utilize those people so much more, and we need them at Park and Third. People go crazy at Park and Third. They get road rage, and that section is always completely in gridlock because you have people coming across Laguna, down the hill from Park and Skyline and Temple Hills, everywhere, and everybody's trying to get to the 133 or go the high road across out north, and it's a mess. And people are out of their minds with this road rage stuff. Honestly, it's you have to take your life in your hands. I have sat and begged and called the police department asking for help at that intersection because things get so crazy. And then if it's possible to have a special lot for residents' parking permits, because honestly, I don't want to come down in the summer and do anything. People ask me, I can't park, I can't find parking. So, and I have a permit. So if permit holders could have a special private lot that we can go to or something, that would be wonderful. And I think, did I cover everything? Yes, that's it. Thank you and good night. Don't take our Suzy Q away, please. Don't take it away.
I didn't do my homework. I apologize. I've looked at the one program. Michael does great work. The one program that always makes me crazy is the Summer Breeze. I don't think anybody appreciates how expensive it is per car that you get off the road. I haven't done my homework this year. I've done it before. The number that sticks in my head was like $70. So can I ask, do you know, Michael, how many cars does it take off the road and what's the cost that is not, covered by a grant?
We'll get to that, John. Let's get everybody's.
Because if you do the math,
okay.
I think you got to look at the program.
Okay.
So I wasn't planning on speaking here tonight, so I hope I make sense. But my name's Nelda Stone. I was a long-term staff member at the Laguna Library, and I have one issue, which I'm really glad has come out in the staff report, which is the money that the library gets from, the Friends of the Library get from car care. That's a much relied upon amount. It's one slight inaccuracy, I don't know if you count it really as an accuracy, is that it's only been in effect since 2019. It's actually much longer. I had been a staff member at the Laguna Library years ago, and then I came back in 2011,
And when I came back there, it was in effect at that time. So they've gotten it for quite a number of years, and it already had been, you know, when I came back in 2011, it already had been there for quite a while. Anyway, thank you very much. I was worried when the city took over the library, you know, bought the property, that money was going to go away. I could see exactly how it would in this case. But anyway, so I would like to encourage you again to continue it. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Michael, do you have an answer to John's question?
I have a partial answer. So we don't track how many cars are removed. We do have the number of boardings, and then there are statistics about, you know, average vehicle occupancy. So for every car you remove, or for every boarding you have, how many people, and I can look up that stat. I don't have it off the top of my head. One thing I do want to point out, though, is for the Summer Breeze, that is a grant-funded project through OCTA, so 90% of the cost of that service is paid through a grant. The city pays just the 10% local match. So I can come back with those exact numbers, but in terms of the city's contribution to that service, it's very small compared to our other trolley service because it is primarily funded through that OCTA grant. And OCTA does have grant requirements for minimum productivity, and the Summer Breeze far exceeds those.
Okay, all right.
So,
Okay.
Michael,
have to do your homework, John.
On the Suzy Q and Judy's comment, so the FOA is leasing 30 spaces at the Suzy Q. So there's more than 30 spaces there, right? So there's still some parking, public parking?
Yes, so Councilmember Whalen, I think the issue she's referring to is just that. So the last several years, the city has allowed the Suzy Q to lease 30 spaces in that lot after 5 p.m. on weekdays and weekends. And that's to supplement the parking that we leased to them in Lot 12, the employee lot. So we do post signs at those 30 spaces that say FOA parking only. However, the remainder of the spots in that lot are open to any member of the public to pay for parking or use their resident permit.
Okay. Any other comments, Council?
I just have a comment. Great job on the report, Michael. One of the things I have a question about it, I don't know if it makes any sense, is can you collect data from those people who come into the town via the app and look at the app and you go, well, what are you here for? How long are you going to stay? To collect any kind of demographic data that why are people coming and why are they, you know, how long do they stay here? And how many of you are you in the car?
Yeah. So Councilmember Weiss, we as the city can't collect that through our parking app. However, Visit Laguna does collect quite a bit of data, and they did at our meeting that we had present some very interesting stats about where people are coming from into town. They're able to basically mine cell phone data to get information about where people are coming from, where they're going to afterwards. So I can follow up with Rachel with Visit Laguna and see. I know they do some surveying as well.
Thank you.
We can probably get some of that information to you.
They recently, Visit Laguna recently announced that they were going to do another study, and Gavin was in that meeting, and he was going to put some thought into some of the additional issues or items, I should say, that could be included into this new study that they're doing. So maybe you guys could get together and talk about what needs to be included in that study that Visit Laguna is going to do to see if we can't capture some of the information that's mentioned.
Oh, absolutely, because I know they're doing something, I want to say later this year. I just don't know exactly when later this year.
Right.
Okay. If there are no other questions, can I have a motion?
I'll move recommended actions 1 through 8.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. No.
What,
Oh,
Alex?
no. We have to
I don't have
vote.
Alex.
Oh, we don't have Alex. Okay.
Hey, I'm right now.
Okay, you're right.
Now I'm
Sorry.
right.
Where Alex?
Okay. Aye.
Aye. Yes.
He fell.
Yeah, by the skin of my teeth, that's right. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Andre. Great work and great report. Okay, Jeremy, okay, the next is Item number 11, consideration of next steps for city-owned real property, which is Tiamo and Coast
Yes,
Highway.
thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to quickly turn it over to our housing coordinator, Jennifer Savage, for a presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The staff reports includes a list of actions that the city has taken on the subject property, but staff does want to point out two key actions that are very relevant to your discussion this evening. The first one is the second line, September 2022, when the city purchased the site for fire station number 4. The council direction included repaying the loan from the vehicle replacement fund if the city sold the Tiamo property, which is the subject property before you this evening. The second key item is the last row on the slide, November 2023, where the state determined that the city has completed these requirements consistent with the Surplus Land Act. And that's important in that you can take the options before you this evening on the subject property. Those include selling the property, leasing the property, or other uses. In terms of selling the property, that could create one-time revenue, including the opportunity to repay that loan from the vehicle replacement fund. And the city would follow the administrative policy for such action if the city council directed the sale of the property. In terms of the leasing the property, that could provide ongoing revenue. And then other uses as determined by city council could be an option if so directed. In terms of selling the property, next steps would include discussion of price and terms in a closed session. Also discussion of an option to acquire broker services in a closed session. And if directed to pursue that, bringing a contract for broker services to an open session and then initiating the sale process thereafter. The City Council does have some options to consider, and therefore staff is recommending that they provide desired next steps for the property located at 31727 and 31735 Coast Highway. This concludes staff presentation, and we are available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. Questions for Jennifer?
We haven't done an appraisal, so that isn't necessary. How would you, if we don't do an appraisal, how do you know what the price should be?
There are two components to consider. One is the appraisal. The most recent one was done in early 2023. The second component is the open market price. So an appraisal certainly helps give you an idea of the value of the land, but it certainly does not set the ceiling. We would anticipate that even with any appraisal on the open market, the property would go above that appraisal price.
So the appraisal would assist in setting the market price, you're saying, but or would it?
It would not set the market price, but it would just provide an assessment of the value of the potential price.
Otherwise, how do you set the market price if you don't have an appraisal? You just go out to the market and throw it out there at a certain price that you think might be sold for, like $3 million?
You could, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, open the public hearing. Anybody want to speak on this item?
Another answer to that question is you get broker opinion of value. When you solicit from brokers, you're going to ask them, do a mini appraisal.
Okay.
Anyway,
the
reason I'm here is it may be hair splitting, but I would just suggest that of the three options, sell, lease, or other, that either under other or another way to interpret sell is you might reserve the right to use a property in an exchange. Sometimes for a seller, an exchange, if you are looking to buy a property and you can exchange Tiamo, it may help you buy something. And I know in theory you're going to be looking for a swimming pool site. You want to move Fire Station 1. If you don't move it on the city property, you might need to buy a site for that. There may be other properties that you may want to buy, and I would leave myself the option, if you can, to just has a fourth option. The city could have the ability to trade the property. Just a thought.
Okay, thanks, John. Joe, you want to say anything? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Council?
I know that Blevins is selling his property in South Laguna, would like to turn that into a dog park. I don't know what his price is, so, I mean, we could put trade in there without any obligation. I would sell the property as my first choice.
I would as well. Bob?
Yeah, I think I'd sell the property too, but leaving an exchange possibility as an option, you never know. Maybe there's something that comes out of that. I don't have a problem with that. I don't know whether staff or the city attorney has any recommendation on the appraisal. I mean, we could. Sometimes it's fairly inexpensive just to ask an appraiser to do an update on what they already did, so it's not the full, it doesn't usually cost, it's not usually a full-blown appraisal to do that again. That's number one. And then number two, the other question is, references in here, next steps include procuring brokerage services. So tell us about how that's going to happen.
Next steps, if you did want to direct the sale of the properties, we would come back to City Council during a future closed session meeting to discuss the price and terms as well as acquisition of brokerage services. The city did put out an RFP for those services, so we could discuss the results of that during the closed session.
Oh, very good.
I think 3 brokerage evaluations would be sufficient myself.
Yeah, I would agree. John, are you a broker still? You can do it for free, right?
They don't charge.
If I may, during the surplus land, during that process, we did receive an appraisal on the property, $3 million, thereabouts. Since then, going through this process and having multiple conversations with brokers, we've been reassured that it's not $3 million, it's higher. But so as a starting point, I mean, we do have somewhat of an appraisal. If we want to refine that appraisal, we could. But
we don't want to set it too low, right?
Yeah, we should anticipate higher on the market.
Yeah. Okay. What did you say? Oh, well, I guess we could talk about it in closed session, but did you say get 3 brokers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get the opinions of 3 brokers. They won't charge you. I mean, they're going to be
Wanting a business.
wanting the business, right?
Well, I don't know how many people responded to the RFP, but yeah, we can deal with that next step. So, so the recommendation would be to move ahead with the sale of the property and direct staff to come back to us in closed session with price and terms and brokerage services. Is that what we need? Anything else we need?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 4-0. Okay, we just have a couple cleanup items, council. The last 2 are going to be continuance, so we need to process these things through. First one is 12, continuance of an application to remove and delist 2 Torrey pine trees located at 465 Hillage Drive and 517 Mystic Way from the city's heritage tree list. And it's recommended the city council open the public hearing and continue this, both of these addresses to May 4th, 2024 city council meeting. Anybody have any questions on that?
No.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing and we'll continue. We need a vote, right?
We do need a vote. We'll just confirm for the record, there's no comment.
Yeah.
Move the
No
recommended
comment.
action.
Any comment?
Oh, comment?
No, we're on 12. Yeah.
That's
Don't have the
13. That's
13.
13. Next
Yeah,
one.
yeah. Okay, okay. Open the public hearing, close the public hearing. Okay. I move that we continue this item, Heritage Tree 21-824 at 465 Hillage and 517 Mystic Way, to May 14th, 2024 City Council meeting.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next is item 13. This is a continuance of an ordinance amending portions of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code and amendments to the local coastal program and general plan relating to compliance with state housing laws and implementation of the city's housing element. And this one is, David, we just have a continuance here, so I'm going to open the public hearing unless there's any questions from council. I'll open the public hearing. Joe, you want to come up?
Sorry, gang.
Really?
Sorry, gang, for keeping you
No.
another 2 or 3 minutes. But there's 2 reasons that I wanted to comment on this. One is that this motion for continuance, that you mandate that it actually occur at the next meeting and not be further continued. You know, at the February meeting, I think it was, this was continued to this April meeting. And at that time, in fact, I remember Cody standing up saying 60 minutes, 60 days. And I thought, it really isn't going to take 60 days. Well, that 60 has now become 90. And that 90 might become 120. And so my hope is that with your continuance, you mandate that it get done at this May meeting. And that brings me to the second reason for speaking this evening, and it's really important, and that is that you're a busy council. I get it. You know, I know all of you, and I know you're working on a lot of stuff. I know some of the items tonight, the promenade, the city inventory, several of them were brought up this evening. I know what you guys are working on, and you're working real hard. The problem is, I really don't see you prioritizing housing to the degree that you each focus on each of the items that are most important to you. I appreciate very much Councilmember Weiss's question to Megan when I was here in February. And I pointed out to you that if you take action on this matter of second floor, third floor housing over commercial buildings, if you take action with and don't do anything more to streamline it, the first apartments will be done in 2029. That's crazy. It's crazy. And, you know, Councilmember Weiss turned to Megan and said, you know, what do you think of that? And I appreciate your comment. And, you know, you were thinking the answers. So we need to address it a more streamlined way of dealing with this. The state did that with ADUs. And as a result, they're working. Not that I agree with all the ADUs that are proliferating, but nevertheless, it made it happen. And if the council continues to handle this issue as a business as usual issue, you know, we're just not going to get anything done. And as it stands now, between Housing and Human Services and the Planning Commission and the council, this has been going on for almost 2 years, this process. I've been working with the city for another 1.5 years on trying to get it to this point. So I really urge you to own this, you know, adopt it, put it alongside the things that are most important to you, and we'll get this done. And I really believe, as I've said to you in other meetings, and I'll repeat it again, we need it for seniors. This will enable them to unlock the equity in their homes and stay in town. We need it for young people to be able to afford to be in town. It'll probably be the biggest contributor to businesses in Laguna, because nobody, and I've said this before, but I keep reminding you, that nobody's going to do second and third floor residential unless they address the ground floor commercial. And the decaying nature of the town when it comes to commercial will get refreshed because of the residential. And it'll get feet on the street, young people, you know, people around town. But it's not going to happen, guys. It's not going to happen unless it gets prioritized. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
I promise I'll
Close
work
the public
harder.
hearing.
Well, you work hard. I know you work hard. Seriously.
All right, David, so we've got a continuance until, I know you just got here, so. But
You do, Madam Mayor, and I just wanted to take an opportunity to say and address some of the comments from your speaker. I know the staff appreciates everything, and I think we can fairly well commit to May 28th. I'll look to the city attorney for a head nod, but I'm sure I don't need to explain to the council the legal navigating of these amendments and getting them right and making them completely defensible for your city is a time-consuming effort, and so that's been ongoing. I think there's light at the end of the tunnel, and we look good for May 28th. As to some of the other comments, I know the council has had a discussion and a workshop, I believe, on pursuing some remedies to try to, if you will, streamline some of your processes, take a look at your code, where are there opportunities there, and that's an exciting opportunity for the city, and really, starting to address some of these things that your speaker mentioned. Thank you.
Okay. So we're sure we can, Megan, we're sure we can make the 28th. Okay.
We'll be there.
Okay, we're all in. Anything else anybody has? No? Okay. So I'm going to open the public hearing. The public hearing is going to remain open, and I recommend that we continue the zoning ordinance amendment 23-1250 and the LCP amendment 23-1251 and general plan 23-1350 to May 28, 2024 council meeting.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, and we are adjourned until 4 p.m. on Tuesday, May 14th.